Chapter 1 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 1. January 15th, 1831. How dreadfully old I am getting! 16! Well, I don't see as I can help it. There it is in the big Bible in Father's own hand. Catherine, born January 15th, 1815. I meant to get up early this morning, but it looked dismally cold out of doors, and felt delightfully warm in bed. So I covered myself up and made ever so many good resolutions. I determined, in the first place, to begin this journal. To be sure, I have begun half a dozen and got tired of them after a while. Not tired of writing them, but disgusted with what I had to say of myself. But this time I mean to go on, in spite of everything. It will do me good to read it over and see what a creature I am. Then I resolved to do more to please mother than I have done. And I determined to make one more effort to conquer my hasty temper. I thought, too, I would be self-denying this winter, like the people one reads about in books. I fancied how surprised and pleased everybody would be to see me so much improved. Time passed quickly amid these agreeable thoughts, and I was quite startled to hear the bell ring for prayers. I jumped up in a great flurry and dressed as quickly as I could. Everything conspired together to plague me. I could not find a clean collar or a handkerchief. It is always just so. Susan is forever poking my things into out-of-the-way places. When at last I went down, they were all at breakfast. "I hoped you would celebrate your birthday, dear, by coming down in good season," said mother. I do hate to be found fault with. So I fired up in an instant. "If people hide my things so I can't find them, of course I have to be late," I said. And I rather think I said it in a very cross way, for mother sighed a little. I wish mother wouldn't sigh. I would rather be called names out and out. The moment breakfast was over I had to hurry off to school. Just as I was going out, mother said, "Have you your overshoes, dear?" "Oh, mother, don't hinder me. I shall be late," I said. "I don't need overshoes." "It snowed all night, and I think you do need them," mother said. "I don't know where they are. I hate overshoes. Do let me go, mother," I cried. "I do wish I could ever have my own way." "You shall have it now, my child," mother said, and went away. Now what was the use of her calling me my child in such a tone, I should like to know? I hurried off, and just as I got to the door of the schoolroom it flashed into my mind that I had not said my prayers. A nice way to begin one's birthday, to be sure. Well, I had no time, and perhaps my good resolutions pleased God almost as much as one of my rambling, stupid prayers could. For I must own I can't make good prayers. I can't think of anything to say. I often wonder what mother finds to say when she is shut up by the hour together. I had a pretty good time at school. My teachers praised me, and Amelia seemed so fond of me. She brought me a birthday present of a purse she had knit for me herself, and a net for my hair. Nets are just coming into fashion. It will save a good deal of time, my having this one. Instead of combing and combing and combing my old hair to get it glossy enough to suit mother, I can just give it one twist, one squeeze, and the whole thing will be settled for the day. Amelia wrote me a dear little note with her presents. I do really believe she loves me dearly. It is so nice to have people love you. When I got home mother called me into her room. She looked as if she had been crying. She said I gave her a great deal of pain by my self-will and ill temper and conceit. "Conceit!" I screamed out. "Oh, mother, if you only knew how horrid I think I am!" Mother smiled a little. Then she went on with her list till she made me out the worst creature in the world. I burst out crying and was running off to my room, but she made me come back and hear the rest. She said my character would be essentially formed by the time I reached my 20th year, and left it to me to say if I wished to be as a woman what I was now as a girl. I felt sulky and would not answer. I was shocked to think I had only got 4 years in which to improve. But after all, a good deal could be done in that time. Of course I don't want to always be exactly what I am now. Mother went on to say that I had in me the elements of a fine character if I would only conquer some of my faults. "You are frank and truthful," she said, "and in some things conscientious. I hope you are really a child of God, and are trying to please Him. And it is my daily prayer that you may become a lovely, loving, useful woman." I made no answer. I wanted to say something, but my tongue wouldn't move. I was angry with mother, and angry with myself. At last everything came out all in a rush, mixed up with such floods of tears that I thought mother's heart would melt, and that she would take back what she had said. "Amelia's mother never talks so to her," I said. "She praises her, and tells her what a comfort she is to her. But just as I am trying as hard as I can to be good, and making resolutions, and all that, you scold me and discourage me." Mother's voice was very soft and gentle as she asked, "Do you call this scolding, my child?" "And I don't like to be called conceited," I went on. "I know I am perfectly horrid, and I am just as unhappy as I can be." "I am very sorry for you, dear," mother replied, "but you must bear with me. Other people will see your faults, but only your mother will have the courage to speak of them. Now go to your own room and wipe away the traces of your tears, that the rest of the family may not know that you have been crying on your birthday." She kissed me, but I did not kiss her. I really believe Satan himself hindered me. I ran across the hall to my room, slammed the door, and locked myself in. I was going to throw myself on the bed and cry till I was sick. Then I should look pale and tired, and they would all pity me. Oh, I do so like to be pitied! But on the table by the window I saw a beautiful new desk in place of the old clumsy thing I had been spattering and spoiling so many years. A little note full of love said it was from mother, and begged me to read and reflect upon a few verses of a tastefully bound copy of the Bible which accompanied it every day of my life. A few verses, she said, carefully read and pondered, instead of a chapter or two read for mere form's sake. I looked at my desk, which contained exactly what I wanted, plenty of paper, seals, wax, and pens. I always use wax. Wafers are vulgar. Then I opened the Bible at random and lighted on these words: "Watch therefore, for you know not what hour your Lord doth come." There was nothing very cheering in that. I felt a real repugnance to be always on the watch, thinking I might die at any moment. I am sure I am not fit to die. Besides, I want to have a good time with nothing to worry me. I hope I shall live ever so long. Perhaps in the course of 40 or 50 years I may get tired of this world and want to leave it. And I hope by that time I shall be a great deal better than I am now, and fit to go to heaven. I wrote a note to mother on my new desk, and thanked her for it. I told her she was the best mother in the world, and I was the worst daughter. When it was done I did not like it, and so I wrote another. Then I went down to dinner and felt better. We had such a nice dinner. Everything I liked best was on the table. Mother had not forgotten one of all the dainties I like. Amelia was there, too. Mother had invited her to give me a little surprise. It is bedtime now, and I must say my prayers and go to bed. I have got all chilled through, writing here in the cold. I believe I will say my prayers in bed, just for this once. I do not feel sleepy, but I am sure I ought not to sit up another moment. January 30. Here I am at my desk once more. There is a fire in my room, and mother is sitting by it reading. I can't see what the book is, but I have no doubt it is Thomas à Kempis. How she can go on reading it so year after year I cannot imagine. For my part I like something new, but I must go back to where I left off. That night when I stopped writing I hurried to bed as fast as I could, for I felt cold and tired. I remember saying, "Oh, God, I am ashamed to pray." And then I began to think of all the things that had happened that day, and never knew another thing till the rising bell rang, and I found it was morning. I am sure I did not mean to go to sleep. I think now it was wrong for me to be such a coward as to try to say my prayers in bed because of the cold. While I was writing I did not think once how I felt. Well, I jumped up as soon as I heard the bell, but found I had a dreadful pain in my side, and a cough. Susan says I coughed all night. I remembered then I had just such a cough, and just such a pain, the last time I walked in the snow without overshoes. I crept back into bed, feeling about as mean as I could. Mother sent up to know why I had not come down, and I had to own that I was sick. She came up directly, looking so anxious, and here I have been shut up ever since. Only to day I am sitting up a little. Poor mother has had trouble enough with me. I know I have been cross and unreasonable, and it is all my own fault that I was ill. Another time I will do as mother says. January 31. How easy it is to make good resolutions, and how easy it is to break them. Just as I had got so far yesterday, mother spoke for the third time about my exerting myself so much, and just at that moment I fainted away, and she had a great time all alone there with me. I did not realize how long I had been writing, nor how weak I was. I do wonder if I shall ever really learn that mother knows more than I do. February 17. It is more than a month since I took that cold, and here I still am, shut up in the house. To be sure the doctor lets me go downstairs, but then he won't listen to a word about school. Oh, dear, all the girls will get ahead of me. This is Sunday, and every one has gone to church. I thought I ought to make good use of the time while they were gone, so I took down the Memoir of Henry Martyn, and read a little in that. I am afraid I am not much like him. Then I knelt down and tried to pray, but my mind was full of all sorts of things, so I thought I would wait till I was in a better frame. At noon I disputed with James about the name of an apple. He was very provoking, and he said he was thankful he had not got such a temper as I had. I cried, and mother reproved him for teasing me, saying my illness had left me nervous and irritable. James replied that it had left me where it found me then. I cried a good deal, lying on the sofa. Then I fell asleep. I don't see as I am any better for this Sunday. It has only made me feel unhappy and out of sorts. I am sure I pray to God to make me better, and why doesn't He? February 20. It has been quite a mild day for the season, and the doctor said I might drive out. I enjoyed getting the air very much. I feel just as well as ever, and long to get back to school. I think God has been very good to me in making me well again, and I wished I loved Him better. But oh, I am not sure I do love Him. I hate to own it to myself, and to write it down here, but I will. I do not love to pray. I am always eager to get it over with and out of the way, so as to have leisure to enjoy myself. I mean that this is usually so. This morning I cried a good deal when I was on my knees, and felt sorry for my quick temper and all my bad ways. If I always felt so, perhaps praying would not be such a task. I wish I knew whether anybody exactly as bad as I am ever got to heaven at last. I have read ever so many memoirs, and they were all about people who were too good to live, and so died, or else went on a mission. I am not at all like any of them. March 26. I have been so busy that I have not said much to you, you poor old journal you, have I? Somehow I have been behaving quite nicely lately. Everything has gone on exactly to my mind. Mother has not found fault with me once, and father has praised my drawings and seemed proud of me. He says he shall not tell me what the teachers say of me, lest it should make me vain. And once or twice he has met me singing and frisking about the house. He has kissed me and called me his dear little Flibbertigibbet, if that's the way to spell it. When he says that, I know he is very fond of me. We are all very happy together when nothing goes wrong. In the long evenings we all sit around the table with our books and our work, and one of us reads aloud. Mother chooses the books, and takes her turn in reading. She reads beautifully. Of course the readings do not begin till the lessons are all learned. As to me, my lessons just take no time at all. I have only to read them over once, and there they are. So I have a good deal of time to read, and I devour all the poetry I can get hold of. I would rather read Pollok's Course of Time than read nothing at all. April 2. There are 3 of mother's friends living near us, each with lots of little children. It is perfectly ridiculous how much these creatures are sick. They send for mother if so much as a pimple comes out on one of their faces. When I have children I don't mean to have such goings on. I shall be careful about what they eat, and keep them from getting cold, and they will keep well of their own accord. Mrs. Jones has sent for mother to see her Tommy. It was so provoking. I had coaxed her into letting me have a black silk apron. They are all the fashion now, embroidered in floss silk. I had drawn a lovely vine from mine entirely out of my own head, and mother was going to arrange the pattern for me when the message came and she had to go. I don't believe anything ails the child, a great chubby thing. April 3rd. Poor Mrs. Jones! Her dear little Tommy is dead. I stayed at home from school to day, and had all the other children here to get them out of their mother's way. How dreadfully she must feel! Mother cried when she told me how the dear little fellow suffered in his last moments. It reminded her of my own little brothers, who died in the same way before I was born. Dear mother! I wonder how I can ever forget what troubles she has had, and am not always sweet and loving. She has gone now where she always goes when she feels sad, straight to God. Of course she did not say so, but I know mother. April 25th. I have not been down in season once this week. I have persuaded mother to let me read some of Scott's novels, and have sat up late and been sleeping in the morning. I wish I could get along with mother as nicely as James does. He is late far oftener than I, but he never gets into such scrapes about it as I do. This is what happens. He comes down when it suits him. Mother begins. James, I am very much displeased with you. James. I should think you would be, mother. Mother, mollified. I don't think you deserve any breakfast. James, hypocritically. No, I don't think I do, mother. Then mother hurries off and gets something extra for his breakfast. Now let us see how things go on when I am late. Mother. Katherine. She always calls me Katherine when she is displeased, and spells it with a K. Katherine, you are late again. How can you annoy your father so? Katherine. Of course I don't do it to annoy father or anybody else, but if I oversleep myself it is not my fault. Mother. I would go to bed at 8 o'clock rather than be late as often as you. How should you like it if I were not down to prayers? Katherine, muttering. Of course that is very different. I don't see why I should be blamed for oversleeping any more than James. I get all the scoldings. Mother sighs and goes off. I prowl round and get what scraps of breakfast I can. May 12th. The weather is getting perfectly delicious. I am sitting with my window open, and my bird is singing with all his heart. I wish I was as gay as he is. I have been thinking lately that it is about time to begin on some of those pieces of self-denial I resolved on upon my birthday. I could not think of anything great enough for a long time. At last an idea popped into my head. Half the girls at school envy me because Amelia is so fond of me, and Jane Underhill, in particular, is just crazy to get intimate with her, but I have kept Amelia all to myself. To day I said to her, Amelia, Jane Underhill admires you above all things. I have a good mind to let you be as intimate with her as you are with me. It will be a great piece of self-denial, but I think it is my duty. She is a stranger, and nobody seems to like her much. You dear thing, you! Cried Amelia, kissing me. I liked Jane Underhill the moment I saw her. She has such a sweet face and such pleasant manners. But you are so jealous that I never dared to show how I liked her. Don't be vexed, dearie. If you are jealous, it is your only fault. She then rushed off, and I saw her kiss that girl exactly as she kisses me. This was in recess. I went to my desk and made to believe I was studying. Pretty soon Amelia came back. She is such a sweet girl, she said, and only to think, she writes poetry. Just hear this. It is a little poem addressed to me. Isn't it nice of her? I pretended not to hear her. I was as full of all sorts of horrid feelings as I could hold. It enraged me to think that Amelia, after all her professions of love to me, should snatch at the first chance of getting a new friend. Then I was mortified because I was enraged, and I could have torn myself to pieces for being such a fool as to let Amelia see how silly I was. "I don't know what to make of you, Katy," she said, putting her arms around me. "Have I done anything to vex you? Come, let us make up and be friends. Whatever it is, I will read you these sweet verses. I am sure you will like them." She read them in her clear, pleasant voice. "How can you have the vanity to read such stuff?" I cried. Amelia colored a little. "You have said and written much more flattering things to me," she replied. "Perhaps it has turned my head, and made me too ready to believe what other people say." She folded the paper and put it into her pocket. We walked home together after school, as usual, but neither of us spoke a word. And now here I sit, unhappy enough. All my resolutions fail. But I did not think Amelia would take me at my word, and rush after that stuck-up, smirking piece. May 20th. I seem to have got back into all my bad ways again. Mother is quite out of patience with me. I have not prayed for a long time. It does not do any good. May 21st. It seems this Underhill thing is here for health, though she looks as well as any of us. She is an orphan, and has been adopted by a rich old uncle, who makes a perfect fool of her. Such dresses and such finery as she wears! Last night she had Amelia there to tea, without inviting me, though she knows I am her best friend. She gave her a bracelet made of her own hair. I wonder Amelia's mother lets her accept presents from strangers. My mother would not let me. On the whole, there is nobody like one's own mother. Amelia has been cold and distant to me of late, but no matter what I do or say to my darling, precious mother, she is always kind and loving. She noticed how I moped about to day, and begged me to tell her what was the matter. I was ashamed to do that. I told her it was a little quarrel I had had with Amelia. "Dear child," she said, "how I pity you that you have inherited my quick, irritable temper." "Yours, mother!" I cried out. "What can you mean?" Mother smiled a little at my surprise. "It is even so," she said. "Then how did you cure yourself of it? Tell me quick, mother, and let me cure myself of mine." "My dear Katy," she said, "I wish I could make you see that God is just as willing and just as able to sanctify as He is to redeem us. It would save you so much weary, disappointing work. But God has opened my eyes at last." "I wish He would open mine, then," I said, "for all I see now is that I am just as horrid as I can be, and that the more I pray the worse I grow." "That is not true, dear," she replied. "Go on praying. Pray without ceasing." I sat pulling my handkerchief this way and that, and at last rolled it up into a ball and threw it across the room. I wished I could toss my bad feelings into a corner with it. "I do wish I could make you love to pray, my darling child," mother went on. "If you only knew the strength and the light and the joy you might have for the simple asking. God attaches no conditions to His gifts. He only says, 'Ask.' This may be true, but it is hard work to pray. It tires me, and I do wish there was some easy way of growing good. In fact, I should like to have God send a sweet temper to me, just as He sent bread and meat to Elijah. I don't believe Elijah had to kneel down and pray for them." End of Chapter 1. Stepping Heavenward. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 2 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 2. June 1st. Last Sunday Dr. Cabot preached to the young. He first addressed those who knew that they did not love God. It did not seem to me that I belonged to that class. Then he spoke to those who knew they did. I felt sure I was not one of those. Last of all he spoke affectionately to those who did not know what to think, and I was frightened and ashamed to feel tears running down my cheeks when he said that he believed that most of his hearers, who were in this doubtful state, did really love their Master, only their love was something as new and as tender and perhaps as unobserved as the tiny point of green that, forcing its way through the earth, is yet unconscious of its own existence, but promises a thrifty plant. I don't suppose I express it very well, but I know what he meant. He then invited those belonging to each class to meet him on 3 successive Saturday afternoons. I shall certainly go. July 19. I went to the meeting, and so did Amelia. A great many young people were there, and a few children. Dr. Cabot went about from seat to seat, speaking to each one separately. When he came to us, I expected he would say something about the way in which I had been brought up, and reproach me for not profiting more by the instructions and example I had at home. Instead of that, he said in a cheerful voice, "Well, my dear, I cannot see into your heart, and positively tell whether there is love to God there or not. But I suppose you have come to day in order to let me help you find out?" I said yes. That was all I could get out. "Let me see, then," he went on. "Do you love your mother?" I said yes, once more. "But prove to me that you do. How do you know it?" I tried to think. Then I said, "I feel that I love her. I love to love her. I like to be with her. I like to hear people praise her. And I try, sometimes at least, to do things to please her. But I don't try half as hard as I ought, and I do and say a great many things to displease her." "Yes, yes," he said, "I know." "Has mother told you?" I cried out. "No, dear, no, indeed. But I know what human nature is after having one of my own for 50 years, and 6 of my children's to encounter." Somehow I felt more courage after he said that. "In the first place, then, you feel that you love your mother, but you never feel that you love your God and Saviour?" "I often try and try, but never I do," I said. "Love won't be forced," he said, quickly. "Then what shall I do?" "In the second place, you like to be with your mother. But you never like to be with the friend who loves you so much better than she does?" "I don't know. I never was with him. Sometimes I think that when Mary sat at his feet and heard him talk, she must have been very happy." "We come to the third test, then. You like to hear people praise your mother. And have you never rejoiced to hear the Lord magnified?" I shook my head sorrowfully enough. "Let us then try the last test. You know you love your mother because you try to do things to please her. That is, to do what you know she wishes you to do. Very well. Have you never tried to do anything God wishes you to do?" "Oh, yes, often. But not so often as I ought." "Of course not. No one does that. But come now, why do you try to do what you think will please Him? Because it is easy? Because you like to do what He likes rather than what you like yourself?" I tried to think, and got puzzled. "Never mind," said Dr. Cabot. "I have come now to the point I was aiming at. You cannot prove to yourself that you love God by examining your feelings toward Him. They are indefinite, and they fluctuate. But just as far as you obey Him, just so far, depend upon it, you love Him. It is not natural to us sinful, ungrateful human beings to prefer His pleasure to our own, or to follow His way instead of our own way. And nothing, nothing but love of Him can or does make us obedient to Him." "Couldn't we obey Him from fear?" Amelia now asked. She had been listening all this time in silence. "Yes, and so you might obey your mother from fear, but only for a season. If you had no real love for her, you would gradually cease to dread her displeasure, whereas it is in the very nature of love to grow stronger and more influential every hour." "You mean, then, that if we want to know whether we love God, we must find out whether we are obeying Him?" Amelia asked. I mean exactly that. He that keepeth my commandments, he it is that loveth me. But I cannot talk with you any longer now. There are many others still waiting. You can come to see me some day next week, if you have any more questions to ask." When we got out into the street, Amelia and I got hold of each other's hands. We did not speak a word till we reached the door, but we knew that we were as good friends as ever. "I understand all Dr. Cabot said," Amelia whispered as we separated, "but I feel like one in a fog. I cannot see how it is possible to love God and yet feel as stupid as I do when I think of Him. Still I am determined to do one thing, and that is to pray regularly instead of now and then, as I have got in the habit of doing lately." July 25. School has closed for the season. I took the first prize for drawing, and my composition was read aloud on examination day, and everybody praised it. Mother could not possibly help showing in her face that she was very much pleased. I am pleased myself. We are now getting ready to take a journey. I do not think I shall go to see Dr. Cabot again. My head is full of other things, and there is so much to do before we go. I am having 4 new dresses made, and I can't imagine how to have them trimmed. I mean to run down to Amelia's and ask her. July 27. I was rushing through the hall just after I wrote that and met mother. "I am going to Amelia's," I said, hurrying past her. "Stop 1 minute, dear. Dr. Cabot is downstairs. He says he has been expecting a visit from you, but as you did not come to him, he has come to you." "I wish he would mind his own business," I said. "I think he is minding it, dear," mother answered. "His Master's business is his, and that has brought him here. Go to him, my darling child. I am sure you crave something better than prizes and compliments and new dresses and journeys." If anybody but mother had said that, my heart would have melted at once, and I should have gone right down to Dr. Cabot to be molded in his hands to almost any shape. But as it was, I brushed past her, ran into my room, and locked my door. Oh, what makes me act so? I hate myself for it. I don't want to do it. Last week I dined with Mrs. Jones. Her little Tommy that died was very fond of me, and that, I suppose, makes her have me there so often. Lucy was at the table, and very fractious. She cried first for one thing and then for another. At last her mother, in a gentle but very decided way, put her down from the table. Then she cried louder than ever. But when her mother offered to take her back if she would be good, she screamed yet more. She wanted to come, and wouldn't let herself come. I almost hated her when I saw her act so, and now I am behaving 10 times worse, and I am just as miserable as I can be. July 29. Amelia has been here. She has had another talk with Dr. Cabot, and is perfectly happy. She says it is so easy to be a Christian. It may be easy for her. Everything is. She never has any of my dreadful feelings, and does not understand them when I try to explain them to her. Well, if I am fated to be miserable, I must try to bear it. October 3. Summer is over, school has begun again, and I am so busy that I have not much time to think or to be low spirited. We had a delightful journey, and I feel well and bright and even gay. I never enjoyed my studies as I do those of this year. Everything goes on pleasantly here at home, but James has gone away to school, and we miss him sadly. I do wish I had a sister, though I dare say I should quarrel with her if I did. October 23. I am so glad that my studies are harder this year, as I am never happy except when every moment is occupied. However, I do not study all the time, by any means. Amelia's mother, Mrs. Gordon, grows more and more fond of me, and has me there to dinner or to tea continually. She has a much higher opinion of me than mother has, and is always saying the sort of things that make you feel nice. She holds me up to Amelia as an example, begging her to imitate me in my fidelity about my lessons, and declaring there is nothing she so much desires as to have a daughter as bright and original like me. Amelia only laughs, and goes and purrs in her mother's ears when she hears such talk. It costs her nothing to be pleasant. She was born so. For my part, I think myself lucky to have such a friend. She gets along with my odd, hateful ways better than any one else does. Mother, when I boast of this, says Amelia has no penetration into character, and that she would be fond of almost any one fond of her, and that the fury with which I love her deserves some response. I really don't know what to make of mother. Most people are proud of their children when they see others admire them, but she does say such poky things. Of course I know that having a gift for music, and a taste for drawing, and a reputation for saying witty, bright things isn't enough. But when she doesn't find fault with me, and nothing happens to keep me down, I am the gayest creature on earth. I do love to get with a lot of nice girls and carry on. I have got enough fun in me to keep a house full merry, and mother needn't say anything. I inherited it from her. Evening. I knew it was coming. Mother has been in to see what I was about, and to give me a bit of her mind. She says she loves to see me gay and cheerful, as is natural at my age, but that so much levity quite upsets and disorders the mind, indisposing it for serious thoughts. "But, mother," I said, "didn't you carry on when you were a young girl?" "Of course I did," she said, smiling, "but I do not think I was quite so thoughtless as you are." Thoughtless, indeed! I wish I were. But am I not always full of uneasy, reproachful thoughts when the moment of excitement is over? Other girls, who seem less trifling than I, are really more so. Their heads are full of dresses and parties and beaux and all that sort of nonsense. I wonder if that ever worries their mothers, or whether mine is the only one who weeps in secret. Well, I shall be young but once, and while I am, do let me have a good time. Sunday, November 20th. Oh, the difference between this day and the day I wrote that! There are no good times in this dreadful world. I have hardly courage or strength to write down the history of the past few weeks. The day after I had deliberately made up my mind to enjoy myself, cost what it might, my dear father called me to him, kissed me, pulled my ears a little, and gave me some money. "We have had to keep you rather low on funds," he said, laughing, "but I recovered this amount yesterday, and as it was a little debt I had given up, I can spare it to you. Girls like pin money, I know, and you may spend this just as you please." I was delighted. I want to take more drawing lessons, but did not feel he could afford it. Besides, I am a little ashamed to write it down. I knew somebody had been praising me, or father would not have seemed so fond of me. I wondered who it was, and felt a good deal puffed up. After all, I said to myself, some people like me, even if I have got my faults. I threw my arms around his neck and kissed him, though it cost me a great effort. I never like to show what I feel, but oh, how thankful I am for it now! As to mother, I know father never goes without kissing her good bye. I went out with her to take a walk at 3 o'clock. We had just reached the corner of Orange Street when I saw a carriage driving slowly toward us. It appeared to be full of sailors. Then I saw our friend, Mr. Freeman, among them. When he saw us he jumped out and came up to us. I do not know what he said. I saw mother turn pale, catch at his arms as if she were afraid of falling, but she did not speak a word. "Oh, Mr. Freeman, what is it?" I cried out. "Has anything happened to father? Is he hurt? Where is he?" "He is in the carriage," he said. "We are taking him home. He has had a fall." Then we went on in silence. The sailors were carrying father in as we reached the house. They laid him on the sofa, and we saw his poor head. November 23rd. I will try to write the rest now. Father was alive, but insensible. He had fallen down into the hold of the ship, and the sailors heard him groaning there. He lived 3 hours after they brought him home. Mr. Freeman and all our friends were very kind, but we liked best to be alone. We three, mother and James and I. Poor mother looks 20 years older, but she is so patient and so concerned for us, and has such a smile of welcome for every one that comes in, that it breaks my heart to see her. November 25th. Mother spoke to me very seriously to day about controlling myself more. She said she knew that this was my first real sorrow, and how hard it was to bear, but that she was afraid that I should become emotionally disturbed sometime if I indulged myself in such passions of grief. And she said, too, that when friends come to see us full of sympathy and eager to say or do something for our comfort, it was our duty to receive them with as much cheerfulness as possible. I said they, none of them, had anything to say that did not provoke me. It is always a trying task to visit the afflicted, mother said, and you make it doubly hard for your friends by putting on a gloomy, forbidding air, and by refusing to talk of your dear father, as if you were resolved to keep your sorrow all to yourself. I can't smile when I'm so unhappy, I said. A good many people have been here to day. Mother has seen them all, though she looked ready to drop. Mrs. Bates said to me in her little, weak, watery voice, "Your mother is wonderfully sustained, dear. I hope you do feel reconciled to God's will. Rebellion is most displeasing to Him, dear." I made no answer. It is very easy for people to preach. Let me see how they behave when they take their turn in losing their friends. Mrs. Morris said this is a very mysterious dispensation, but she was happy to see that mother was meeting it with so much firmness. "As for myself," she went on, "I was quite broken down by my dear husband's death. I did not eat as much as would feed a bird for nearly a week. But some people have so much feeling, and then again others are so firm. Your mother is so busy talking with Mrs. March that I won't interrupt her to say good bye. Well, I came prepared to suggest several things that I thought would comfort her, but perhaps she has thought of them herself." I could have knocked her down. Firm, indeed! Poor mother! After they had all gone, I made her lie down, she looked so tired and worn out. Then I could not help telling her what Mrs. Morris had said. She only smiled a little, but said nothing. "I wish you would flare up once in a while, mother," I said. She smiled again, and said she had nothing to "flare up" about. "Then I shall do it for you," I cried. "To hear that namby-pamby woman, who is about as capable of understanding you as an old cat, talking about your being firm! You see what you get by being quiet and patient. People would like you much better if you refused to be comforted, and wore a sad countenance." "Dear Katy," said mother, "it is not my first object in life to make people like me." By this time she looked so pale that I was frightened. Though she is so cheerful, and things go on much as they did before, I believe she has got her death blow. If she has, then I hope I have got mine. And yet I am not fit to die. I wish I was, and I wish I could die. I have lost all interest in everything, and don't care what becomes of me. November 28. I believe I shall go crazy unless people stop coming here, hurling volleys of text at mother and me. When soldiers drop wounded on the battle field, are they taken up tenderly and carried to the rear, which means, I suppose, out of sight and sound? Is anybody mad enough to suppose it will do them any good to hear Scriptures quoted, sermons launched at them before their open, bleeding wounds are staunched? Mother assents, in a mild way, when I talk so, and says, "Yes, yes, we are indeed lying wounded on the battle field of life, and in no condition to listen to any words save those of pity. But, dear Katy, we must interpret aright all the well meant attempts of our friends to comfort us. They mean sympathy, however awkwardly they express it." December 14. Mother keeps saying I spend too much time in brooding over my sorrow. As for her, she seems to live in heaven. Not that she has long, prosy talks about it, but little words that she lets drop now and then show where her thoughts are and where she would like to be. She seems to think everybody is as eager to go there as she is. For my part, I am not eager at all. I cannot make myself feel that it will be nice to sit in rows all the time singing, fond as I am of music. And when I say to myself, of course we shall not always sit in rows singing, then I fancy a multitude of shadowy, phantom-like beings, dressed in white, moving to and fro in golden streets, doing nothing in particular, and having a dreary time, without anything to look forward to. I told mother so. She said earnestly, and yet in her sweetest, tenderest way, "Oh, my darling Katy, what you need is such a living, personal love of Christ to make the thought of being where He is so delightful as to fill your mind with the single thought, 'What is personal love of Christ?' Oh, dear, dear! Why need my father have been snatched away from me when so many other girls have theirs spared them? He loved me. He indulged me much. He was so proud of me. What have I done that this dreadful thing should happen to me? I shall never be as happy as I was before. Now I shall always be expecting trouble. Yes, I dare say mother will go next. Why shouldn't I brood over this sorrow? I like to brood over it. I like to think how wretched I am. I like to have long, furious fits of crying, lying on my face on my bed. January 1, 1832. People talk a great deal about the blessed effects of sorrow, but I do not see any good it has done me to lose my dear father, and as for mother, she was good enough before. We are going to leave our pleasant home, where all of us children were born, and move into a house in an out of the way street. By selling this house and renting a smaller one, mother hopes, with economy, to carry James through college. And I must go to Miss Higgins' school because it is less expensive than Mr. Stone's. Miss Higgins, indeed! I never could bear her. A few months ago how I should have cried and stormed at the idea of her school. But the great sorrow swallows up the little trial. I tried once more this morning, as it is the first day of the year, to force myself to begin to love God. I want to do it. I know I ought to do it, but I cannot. Every day now I go through the form of saying something that I try to pass off as praying. But I take no pleasure in it, as good people say they do, and as I am sure mother does. Nobody could live in the house with her and doubt that. January 10. We are in our new home now, and it is quite a cozy little place. James is at home for the long vacation, and we are all together all of the time I am out of school. We study and sing together, and now and then, when we forget that dear father has gone, we are as full of fun as ever. It is so nice to have a brother. What must it be to have a sister? Dear old Jim! He is the very pleasantest, dearest fellow in the world. January 15. I have come to another birthday, and am 17. Mother has celebrated it just as usual, though I know all these anniversaries, which used to be so pleasant, must be sad days to her now my dear father has gone. She has been cheerful and loving, and entered into all my pleasures exactly as if nothing had happened. I wonder at myself that I do not enter more into her sorrows. But though at times the remembrance of our loss overwhelms me, my natural elasticity soon makes me rise above and forget it. And I am absorbed with these school days that come one after another in such quick succession that I am all the time running to keep up with them. And as long as I do that, I forget that death has crossed our threshold, and may do it again. But to night I feel very sad, and as if I would give almost anything to live in a world where nothing painful could happen. Somehow mother's pale face haunts and reproaches me. I believe I will go to bed and to sleep as quickly as possible, and forget everything. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 3 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 3. July 16th. My school days are over. I have come off with flying colors, and mother is pleased at my success. I said to her to day that I should now have time to draw and practice to my heart's content. You will not find your heart content with either, she said. Why, mother, I cried, I thought you liked to see me happy. And so I do, she said quietly, but there is something better to be got out of life than you have yet found. I am sure I hope so, I returned. On the whole, I haven't got much so far. Amelia is now on such terms with Jenny Underhill that I can hardly see one without seeing the other. After the way in which I have loved her, this seems rather hard. Sometimes I am angry about it, and sometimes grieved. However, I find Jenny quite nice. She buys all the new books and lends them to me. I wish I liked more solid reading, but I don't. And I wish I were not so fond of novels, but I am. If it were not for mother, I should read nothing else. And I am sure I often feel quite stirred up by a really good novel, and admire and want to imitate every high-minded, noble character it describes. Jenny has a miniature of her brother Charley in a locket, which she always wears and often shows me. According to her, he is exactly like the heroes I most admire in books. She says she knows he would like me if we should meet, but that is not probable. Very few like me. Amelia says it is because I say just what I think. Wednesday. Mother pointed out to me this evening 2 lines from a book she was reading, with a significant smile that said they described me. "A frank, unchastened, generous creature, whose faults and virtues stand in bold relief." Dear me, I said, so then I have some virtues after all? And I really think I must have, for Jenny's brother, who has come here for the sake of being near her, seems to like me very much. Nobody ever liked me so much before, not even Amelia. But how foolish to write that down. Thursday. Jenny's brother has been here all evening. He has the most perfect manners I ever saw. I am sure that mother, who thinks so much of such things, would be charmed with him. But she happened to be out, Mrs. Jones having sent for her to see about her baby. He gave me an account of his mother's death, and how he and Jenny nursed her day and night. He has a great deal of feeling. I was going to tell him about my father's death. Sorrow seems to bring people together so, but I could not. Oh, if he had only had sickness that needed our tender nursing, instead of being snatched from us in that sudden way. Sunday, August 5th. Jenny's brother has been at our church all day. He walked home with me this afternoon. Mother, after being up all night with Mrs. Jones and her baby, was not able to go out. Dr. Cabot preaches as if we had all got to die pretty soon, or else have something almost as bad happen to us. How can old people always try to make young people feel uncomfortable and as if things couldn't last? August 25th. Jenny says her brother is perfectly fascinated with me, and that I must try to like him in return. I suppose mother would say my head was turned by my good fortune, but it is not. I am getting quite sober and serious. It is a great thing to be, well, liked. I have seen some verses of his composition to day that show he is all heart and soul, and would make any sacrifice for one he loved. I could not like a man who did not possess such sentiments as his. Perhaps mother would think I ought not to put such things into my journal. Jenny has thought of a splendid plan. What a dear little thing she is! She and her brother are so much alike. The plan is for us 3 girls, Jenny, Amelia, and myself, to form ourselves into a little class to read and to study together. She says Charley will direct our readings and help us with our studies. It is perfectly delightful. September 1st. Somehow I forgot to tell mother that Mr. Underhill was to be our teacher. So when it came my turn to have the class meet here, she was not quite pleased. I told her she could stay and watch us, and then she would see for herself that we all behaved ourselves. September 19th. The class met at Amelia's to night. Mother insisted on sending for me, though Mr. Underhill had proposed to see me home himself. So he stayed after I left. It was not quite the right thing, for he must see that Amelia is absolutely crazy about him. September 28th. We met at Jenny's this evening. Amelia had a bad headache and could not come. Jenny idled over her lessons, and at last took a book and began to read. I studied a while with Mr. Underhill. At last he said, scribbling something on a bit of paper, "Here is a sentence I hope you can translate." I took it and read these words: "You are the brightest, prettiest, most warm-hearted little thing in the world, and I love you more than tongue can tell. You must love me in the same way." I felt hot, and then cold, and then glad, and then sorry, but I pretended to laugh, and said I could not translate Greek. I shall have to tell mother, and what will she say? September 29th. This morning mother began thus: "Kate, I do not like these lessons of yours. At your age, with your judgment quite unformed, it is not proper that you should spend so much time with a young man." "Jenny is always there, and Amelia," I replied. "That makes no difference. I wish the whole thing stopped. I do not know what I've been thinking of to let it go on so long. Mrs. Gordon says—" "Mrs. Gordon! Ha!" I burst out. "I knew Amelia was at the bottom of it. Amelia is in love with him up to her very ears, and because he does not entirely neglect me, she has put her mother up to coming here, meddling and making—" If what you say of Amelia is true, it is most ungenerous in you to tell of it. But I do not believe it. Amelia Gordon has too much good sense to be carried away by a handsome face and agreeable manners." I began to cry. "He likes me," I got out. "He likes me ever so much. Nobody was ever so kind to me before. Nobody ever said such nice things to me. And I don't want such horrid things said about him." "Has it really come to this?" said mother, quite shocked. "Oh, my poor child, how my selfish sorrow has made me neglect you!" I kept on crying. "Is it possible," she went on, "that with your good sense, and the education you have had, you are captivated by this mere boy?" "He's not a boy," I said. "He is a man. He is 20 years old, or at least he will be on the 15th of next October." "The child actually keeps his birthdays!" cried mother. Oh, my wicked, shameful carelessness! "It's done now," I said, desperately. "It's too late to help it now." "You don't mean that he has dared to say anything without consulting me?" asked mother. "And that you have allowed it? Oh, Katherine!" By this time my mouth shut itself up, and no mortal force could open it. I stopped crying, and sat with folded arms. Mother said what she had to say, and then I came to you, my dear old Journal. Yes, he likes me, and I like him. Come now, let's out with it once for all. He loves me, and I love him. You are just a little bit too late, mother. October 1. I never can write down all the things that have happened. The very day after I wrote that mother had forbidden my going to the class, Charley came to see her, and they had a regular fight together. He has told me about it since. Then, as he could not prevail, his uncle wrote, told her it would be the making of Charley to be settled down on one young lady instead of hovering from flower to flower as he was doing now. Then Jenny came with her pretty ways, and cried and told mother what a darling brother Charley was. She made a good deal, too, out of his having lost both father and mother, and needing my affection so much. Mother shut herself up, and, I have no doubt, prayed over it. I really believe she prays over every new dress she buys. Then she sent for me, and talked beautifully, and I behaved abominably. At last she said she would put us on 1 year's probation. Charley might spend one evening here every 2 weeks, when she should always be present. We were never to be seen together in public, nor would she allow us to correspond. If at the end of the year we were both as eager for it as we are now, she would consent to our engagement. Of course we shall be. So I consider myself as good as engaged now. Dear me, how funny it seems! October 2. Charley is not at all pleased with mother's terms, but no one would guess it from his manner to her. His coming is always a signal for her trotting downstairs. He goes to meet her, and offers her a chair as if he was delighted to see her. We go on with the lessons, as this gives us a chance to sit pretty close together, and when I am writing my exercises and he corrects them, I rather think a few little things get on to the paper that sound nicely to us, but would not strike mother very agreeably. For instance, last night Charley wrote, "Is your mother never sick? A nice little headache or two would be so convenient to us." And I wrote back, "You dear old horrid thing, how can you be so selfish?" January 15, 1833. I have been trying to think whether I am any happier to day than I was at this time a year ago. If I am not, I suppose it is the tantalizing way in which I am placed in regard to Charley. We have so much to say to each other that we can't say before mother, and that we cannot say in writing, because a correspondence is one of the forbidden things. He says he entered into no contract not to write, and keeps slipping little notes into my hand, but I don't think that quite right. Mother hears us arguing and disputing about it, though she does not know the subject under discussion, and to day she said to me, "I would not argue with him if I were you. He never will yield." "But this is a case of conscience," I said, "and he ought to yield." "There is no obstinacy like that of a she began and stopped short. "Oh, you may as well finish it," I cried. "I know you think him a fool." Then mother burst out. "Oh, my child," she said, "before it is too late, do be persuaded by me to give up this whole thing. I shrink from paining or offending you, but it is my duty as your mother to warn you against a marriage that will make shipwreck of your happiness." "Marriage!" I fairly shrieked out. That is the last thing I had ever thought of. I felt a chill creep over me. All I had wanted was to have Charley come here every day, and take me out now and then, and care for nobody else. "Yes, marriage," mother repeated. "For what is the meaning of an engagement if marriage is not to follow? How can you fail to see what I see, oh, so plainly, that Charley Underhill can never, never meet the requirements of your soul? You are captivated by what girls of your age call beauty, regular features, a fair complexion, and soft eyes. His flatteries delude, and his professions of affection gratify you. You do not see that he is shallow, and conceited, and selfish, and oh, mother, how can you be so unjust? His whole study seems to be to please others." "Seems to be, that is true," she replied. "His ruling passion is love of admiration. The little pleasing acts that attract you are so many traps set to catch the attention and the favorable opinion of those about him. He has not one honest desire to please because it is right to be pleasing. Oh, my precious child, what a fatal mistake you are making in relying on your own judgment in this, the most important of all earthly decisions." I felt very angry. "I thought the Bible forbade backbiting," I said. Mother made no reply, except by a look that said about 140 different things. And then I came up here and wrote some poetry, which was very good for me, though I don't suppose she would think so. October 1. The year of probation is over, and I have nothing to do now but be happy. But being engaged is not half so nice as I expected it would be. I suppose it is owing to my being obliged to defy mother's judgment in order to gratify my own. People say she has great insight into character, and sees at a glance what others only learn after much study. October 10. I have taken a dreadful cold. It is too bad. I dare say I shall be coughing all winter, and instead of going out with Charley, be shut up at home. October 12. Charley says he did not know that I was subject to cough, and that he hopes I am not consumptive, because his father and mother both died of consumption, and it makes him nervous to hear people cough. I nearly strangled myself all evening, trying not to annoy him with mine. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 4 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 4. November 2. I really think I am sick and going to die. Last night I raised a little blood. I dare not tell mother, it would distress her so, but I am sure it came from my lungs. Charley said last week he really must stay away till I got better, for my cough sounded like his mother's. I have been very lonely, and have shed some tears, but most of the time have been too sorrowful to cry. If we were married, and I had a cough, would he go and leave me, I wonder? Sunday, November 18. Poor mother is dreadfully anxious about me, but I don't see how she can love me so after the way I have behaved. I wonder if, after all, mothers are not the best friends there are. I keep her awake with my cough all night, and am moping and cross all day, but she is just as kind and affectionate as she can be. November 25. The day I wrote that was Sunday. I could not go to church, and I felt very forlorn and desolate. I tried to get some comfort by praying, but when I got on my knees I just burst out crying and could not say a word, for I have not seen Charley for 10 days. As I knelt there I began to think myself a perfect monster of selfishness for wanting him to spend his evenings with me now that I am so unwell and annoy him so with my cough, and I asked myself if I ought not to break off the engagement altogether, if I was really in a consumption, the very disease Charley dreaded most of all. It seemed such a proper sacrifice to make of myself. Then I prayed. Yes, I am sure I really prayed as I had not done for more than a year. and the idea of self-sacrifice grew every moment more beautiful in my eyes, till at last I felt an almost joyful triumph in writing to poor Charley and telling him what I had resolved to do. This is my letter: My dear, dear Charley, I dare not tell you what it costs me to say what I am about to do, but I am sure you know me well enough by this time to believe that it is only because your happiness is far more precious to me than my own that I have decided to write you this letter. When you first told me that you loved me, you said, and you have often said since then, that it was my brightness and gayety that attracted you. I knew there was something underneath my gayety better worth your love, and was glad I could give you more than you asked for. I knew I was not a mere thoughtless, laughing girl, but that I had a heart as wide as the ocean to give you, as wide and as deep. But now my brightness and gayety have gone. I am sick, and perhaps am going to die. If this is so, it would be very sweet to have your love go with me to the very gates of death, and beautify and glorify my path thither. But what a weary task this would be for you, my poor Charley! And if so, if you think it best, and it would relieve you of any care and pain, I will release you from our engagement, and set you free. Your little Katy. I did not sleep at all that night. Early on Monday I sent off my letter, and my heart beat so hard all day that I was tired and faint. Just at dark his answer came. I can copy it from memory. Dear Kate, what a generous and self-sacrificing little thing you are! I always thought so, but now you have given me a noble proof of it. I will own that I have been disappointed to find your constitution so poor, and that it has been very dull sitting and hearing you cough, especially as I was reminded of the long and tedious illness through which poor Jenny and myself had to nurse our mother. I vowed then never to marry a consumptive woman, and I thank you for making it so easy for me to bring our engagement to an end. My bright hopes are blighted, and it will be long before I shall find another to fill your place. I need not say how much I sympathize with you in this disappointment. I hope the consolations of religion will now be yours. Your notes, the lock of your hair, etc., I return with this now. I will not reproach you for the pain you have cost me. I know it is not your fault that your health has become so frail. I remain your sincere friend, Charles Underhill. January 1, 1834. Let me finish this story if I can. My first impulse, after reading his letter, was to fly to mother and hide away forever in her dear, loving arms. But I restrained myself, and with my heart beating so that I could hardly hold my pen, I wrote: Mr. Underhill, Sir, the scales have fallen from my eyes, and I see you at last just as you are. Since my note to you on Sunday last, I have had consultation of physicians, and they all agree my disease is not of an alarming character, and that I shall soon recover. But I thank God that before it was too late you have been revealed to me just as you are, a heartless, selfish, shallow creature, unworthy of the love of a true hearted woman, unworthy even of your own self-respect. I gave you an opportunity to withdraw from the engagement in full faith, loving you so truly that I was ready to go trembling to my grave alone if you shrank from sustaining me to it. But I see now that I did not dream for one moment that you would take me at my word and leave me to my fate. I thought I loved a man, and could lean on him when strength failed me. I know now that I loved a mere creature of my imagination. Take back your letters. I loathe the sight of them. Take back the ring, and find, if you can, a woman who will never be sick, never out of spirits, and who will never die. Thank heaven it is not Katherine Mortimer. These lines came to me in reply: Thank God it is not Kate Mortimer. I want an angel for my wife, not a vixen. See you. January 15. What a tempest-tossed creature this birthday finds me! But let me finish this wretched, disgraceful story if I can, before I quite lose my senses. I showed mother the letters. She burst into tears and opened her arms, and I ran into them as a wounded bird flies into the ark. We cried together. Mother never said a word, never looked "I told you so." All she did say was this: God has heard my prayers. He is reserving better things for my child. Dear mothers are not the only arms I have flown to, but it does not seem as if God ought to take me in because I am in trouble, when I would not go to Him when I was happy in something else. But even in the midst of my greatest felicity I had many and many a misgiving, many a season when my conscience upbraided me for my wilfulness towards my dear mother, and my whole soul yearned for something higher and better even than Charley's love, precious as it was. January 26. I have shut myself in my room to day to think over things. The end of it is that I am full of mortification and confusion of face. If I had only had confidence in mother's judgment, I never should have gotten tangled in this silly engagement. I see now that Charley never could have made me happy, and I know there is a good deal in my heart he never called out. I wish, however, I had not written him when I was in a passion. No wonder he is thankful that he got free from such a vixen. But oh, the provocation was terrible! I have made up my mind never to tell a human soul about this affair. It will be so high minded and honorable to shield him thus from the contempt he deserves. With all my faults, I am glad there is nothing mean or little about me. January 27. Oh, I can't bear to write it down, but I will. The ink was hardly dry on the above self laudation when Amelia came. She had been out of town, and had only just learned what had happened. Of course she was curious to know the whole story. And I told it to her, every word of it. Oh, Kate Mortimer, how high minded you are! How free from all that is mean and little! I could tear my hair if it would do any good. Amelia defended Charley, and I was thus led on to say every harsh thing of him I could think of. She said he was of so sensitive a nature, had so much sensibility, and such a constitutional aversion to seeing suffering, that for her part she could not blame him. It is such a pity that you had not had your lungs examined before you wrote that first letter, she went on. But you are so impulsive. If you had only waited you would be engaged to Charley still. I am thankful I did not wait, I cried angrily. Do, Amelia, drop the subject forever. You and I shall never agree upon it. The truth is, you are 2/3 in love with him, and have been all along. She colored and laughed, and actually looked pleased. If any one had made such an outrageous speech to me, I should have been furious. I suppose you know, said she, that old Mr. Underhill has taken such a fancy to him that he has made him his heir, and he is as rich as a Jew. Indeed, I said dryly. I wonder if mother knew it when she opposed our engagement so strenuously. January 31. I have asked her, and she said she did. Mr. Underhill told her his intentions when he urged her consent to the engagement. Dear mother, how unworldly, how unselfish she is! February 4. The name of Charley Underhill appears on these pages for the last time. He is engaged to Amelia. From this moment she is lost to me forever. How desolate, how mortified, how miserable I am! Who could have thought this of Amelia? She came to see me, radiant with joy. I concealed my disgust until she said that Charley felt now that he had never really loved me, but had preferred her all along. Then I burst out. What I said I do not know and do not care. The whole thing is so disgraceful that I should be a stock or a stone not to resent it. February 5. After yesterday's passion of grief, shame, and anger, I feel perfectly stupid and languid. Oh, that I was prepared for a better world and could fly to it and be at rest. February 6. Now that it is all over, how ashamed I am of the fury I have been in, which has given Amelia such advantage over me. I was beginning to believe I was really living a feeble and fluttering but real Christian life, and finding some satisfaction in it. But that is all over now. I am doomed to be a victim of my own unstable, passionate, wayward nature, and the sooner I settle down into that conviction the better. And yet how my very soul craves the highest happiness, and refuses to be comforted while that is wanting. February 7. After writing that, I do not know what made me go to see Dr. Cabot. He received me in that cheerful way of his that seems to promise the taking of one's burdens right off one's back. I am very glad to see you, my dear child, he said. I intended to be very dignified and cold, as if I was going to have any Dr. Cabot's undertaking to sympathize with me. But those few kind words just upset me, and I began to cry. You would not speak so kindly, I got out at last, if you knew what a dreadful creature I am. I am angry with myself, and angry with everybody, and angry with God. I can't be good 2 minutes at a time. I do everything I do not want to do, and do nothing I try and pray to do. Everybody plagues me and tempts me, and God does not answer any of my prayers, and I am just desperate. Poor child," he said, in a low voice, as if to himself. "Poor, heartsick, tired child, that cannot see what I can see, that its Father's loving arms are all about it." I stopped crying to strain my ears to listen. He went on: "Katy, all that you say may be true. I dare say it is. But God loves you. He loves you. He loves me," I repeated to myself. "He loves me." Oh, Dr. Cabot, if I could believe that! If I could believe that, after all the promises I have broken, all the foolish, wrong things I have done, and shall always be doing, God perhaps still loves me. "You may be sure of it," he said, solemnly. "I, His minister, bring the gospel to you to day. Go home and say over and over to yourself, 'I am a wayward, foolish child, but He loves me. I have disobeyed and grieved Him 10,000 times, but He loves me. I have lost faith in some of my dearest friends, and am very desolate, but He loves me. I do not love Him. I am even angry with Him, but He loves me.'" I came away, and all the way home I fought this battle with myself, saying, "He loves me." I knelt down to pray, and all my wasted, childish, wicked life came and stared me in the face. I looked at it and said with tears of joy, "But He loves me." Never in my life did I feel so rested, so quieted, so sorrowful, and yet so satisfied. February 10. What a beautiful world this is, and how full it is of truly kind, good people! Mrs. Morris was here this morning, and just one squeeze of that long, yellow old hand of hers seemed to speak a bookful. I wonder why I have always disliked her so, for she is really an excellent woman. I gave her a good kiss to pay her for the sympathy. She had sense enough not to put into canting words, and if you will believe it, dear old journal, the tears came into her eyes, and she said, "You are one of the Lord's beloved ones, though perhaps you do not know it." I repeated again to myself those sweet, mysterious words, and then I tried to think what I could do for him. But I could not think of anything great or good enough. I went into mother's rooms and put my arms round her, and told her how I loved her. She looked surprised and pleased. "Ah, I knew it would come," she said, laying her hand on her Bible. "Knew what would come, mother?" "Peace," she said. I am back here, and wrote a little note to Amelia, telling her how ashamed and sorry I was that I could not control myself the other day. Then I wrote a long letter to James. I have been very careless about writing to him. Then I began to hem those handkerchiefs mother asked me to finish a month ago. But I could not think of anything to do for God. I wish I could. It makes me happy to think that all this time, while I was caring for nobody but myself, and fancying He must almost hate me, He was loving and pitying me. February 15. I went to see Dr. Cabot again to day. He came down from his study with his pen in his hand. "How dare you come and spoil my sermon on Saturday?" he asked, good humoredly. Though he seemed full of loving kindness, I was ashamed of my thoughtlessness, though I did not know he was particularly busy on Saturdays. If I were a minister I am sure I would get my sermons done early in the week. "I only wanted to ask one thing," I said. "I want to do something for God, and I cannot think of anything unless it is to go on a mission. And mother would never let me do that. She thinks girls with delicate health are not fit for such work." "At all events, I would not go to day," he replied. "Meanwhile, do everything you do for Him who has loved you and given Himself for you." I did not dare stay any longer, and so came away quite puzzled. Dinner was ready, and as I sat down to the table I said to myself, "I eat this dinner for myself, not for God. What can Dr. Cabot mean?" Then I remembered the text about doing all for the glory of God, even in eating and drinking. but I do not understand it at all. February 19th. It has seemed to me for several days that it must be that I really do love God, though ever so little. But it shot through my mind to day like a knife that it is a miserable, selfish love at the best, not worth my giving, not worth God's accepting. All my old misery has come back, with 7 other miseries more miserable than itself. I wish I had never been born. I wish I were thoughtless and careless like so many other girls of my age, who seem to get along very well and to enjoy themselves far more than I do. February 21st. Dr. Cabot came to see me to day. I told him all about it. He could not help smiling as he said, "When I see a little infant caressing its mother, would you have me say to it, 'You selfish child, how dare you pretend to caress your mother in that way? You are quite unable to appreciate her character. You love her merely because she loves you, treats you kindly.'" It was my turn to smile now at my own folly. "You are as yet but a babe in Christ," Dr. Cabot continued. "You love your God and Saviour because He first loved you. The time will come when the character of your love will become changed into one which sees and feels the beauty and the perfection of its object, and if you could be assured that He no longer looked on you with favor, you would still cling to Him with devoted affection." "There is one thing more that troubles me," I said. "Most persons know the exact moment when they began real Christian lives. But I do not know any such time in my history. This causes me many uneasy moments." "You are wrong in thinking that most persons have this advantage over you. I believe that the children of Christian parents, who have been judiciously trained, rarely can point to any day or hour when they began to live this new life. The question is not, 'Do you remember, my child, when you entered this world, and how?' It is simply this, 'Are you now alive and an inhabitant thereof?' And now it is my turn to ask you a question. How happens it that you, who have a mother of rich and varied experience, allow yourself to be tormented with these petty anxieties that she is as capable of dispelling as I am?" "I do not know," I answered. "But we girls can't talk to our mothers about any of our sacred feelings, and we hate to have them talk to us." Dr. Cabot shook his head. "There is something wrong somewhere," he said. "A young girl's mother is her natural refuge in every perplexity. I hoped that you, who have rather more sense than most girls of your age, could give me some idea what the difficulty is." After he had gone I am ashamed to own that I was in a perfect flutter of delight at what he had said about my having more sense than most girls. Meeting poor mother on the stairs while in this exalted state of mind, I gave her a very short answer to a kind question, and made her unhappy, as I have made myself. It was just a year ago to day that I got frightened at my novel reading propensities, and resolved not to look into one for 12 months. I was getting to dislike all other books, and night after night sat up late devouring everything exciting I could get hold of. One Saturday night I sat up till the clock struck 12 to finish one, and the next morning I was so sleepy that I had to stay at home from church. Now I hope and believe the back of this taste is broken, and that I shall never be a slave to it again. Indeed, it does not seem to me now that I shall ever care for such books again. February 24th. Mother spoke to me this morning for the 50th time, I really believe, about my disorderly habits. I don't think I am careless because I like confusion, but the trouble is I am always in a hurry and a ferment about something. If I want anything I want it very much and right away. So if I am looking for a book or piece of music or pattern, I tumble everything around and can't stop to put them to rights. I wish I were not so eager and impatient, but I mean to try to keep my room and my drawers in order to please mother. She says, too, that I am growing careless about my hair and my dress. But that is because my mind is so full of graver, more important things. I thought I ought to be wholly occupied with my duty to God. But mother says duty to God includes duty to one's neighbor, and that untidy hair, put up in all sorts of rough bunches, rumpled cuffs and collars, and all that sort of thing, make one offensive to all one meets. I am sorry she thinks so, for I find it very convenient to twist up my hair almost anyhow, and it takes a good deal of time to look after collars and cuffs. March 14th. To day I feel discouraged and disappointed. I certainly thought that if God really loved me, and I really loved Him, I should find myself growing better day by day. But I am not improved in the least. Most of the time I spend on my knees I am either stupid, feeling nothing at all, or else my head is full of what I was going to do before I began to pray, or what I am going to do as soon as I get through. I do not believe anybody else in the world is like me in this respect. Then, when I feel differently, and can make a nice glib prayer, with floods of tears running down my cheeks, I get all puffed up and think how much pleased God must be to see me so fervent in spirit. I go downstairs in this frame, and begin to scold Susan for misplacing my music, till all of a sudden I catch myself doing it and stop short, crestfallen and confounded. I have so many such experiences that I feel like a baby just learning to walk, who is so afraid of falling that it is half a mind to sit down once for all. Then there is another thing. Seeing mother so fond of Thomas à Kempis, I have been reading it now and then, and am not fond of it at all. From beginning to end it exhorts self-denial in every form and shape. Must I then give up all hope of happiness in this world, and modify all my natural tastes and desires? Oh, I do love so to be happy, and I do so hate to suffer. The very thought of being sick, or being forced to nurse sick people with all their cross ways, and of losing my friends, or of having to live with disagreeable people, makes me shudder. I want to please God, and to be like Him, I certainly do, but I am so young, and it is so natural to want to have a good time, and now I am in for it. I may as well tell the whole story. When I read the lives of good men and women who have died and gone to heaven, I find they all like to sit and think about God and about Christ. Now I don't. I often try, but my mind flies off in a tangent. The truth is, I am perfectly discouraged. March 17. I went to see Dr. Cabot to day, but he was out. So I thought I would ask for Mrs. Cabot, though I was determined not to tell her any of my troubles. But somehow she got the whole story out of me, and instead of being shocked, as I expected she would be, she actually burst out laughing. She recovered herself immediately, however. "Do excuse me for laughing at you, you dear child, you," she said, "but I remember so well how I used to flounder through just such needless anxieties, and life looks so different, so very different to me now from what it did then. What should you think of a man who, having just sowed his field, was astonished not to see it at once ripe for the harvest, just because his neighbor's, after long months of waiting, was just being gathered in?" "Do you mean," I asked, "that by and by I shall naturally come to feel and think as other good people do?" "Yes, I do. You must make the most of what little Christian life you have. Be thankful God has given you so much. Cherish it, pray over it, and guard it like the apple of your eye. Imperceptibly, but surely it will grow and keep on growing, for this is its nature." "But I don't want to wait," I said, despondently. "I have just been reading a delightful book, full of stories of heroic deeds, not fables, but histories of real events and real people. It has quite stirred me up, and made me wish to possess such a beautiful heroism, and that I were a man, that I might have a chance to perform some truly noble, self-sacrificing acts." "I dare say your chance will come," she replied. "Though you are not a man, I fancy we all get, more or less, what we want." "Do you really think so? Let me see, then, what I want most. But am I staying too long? Were you particularly busy?" "No," she returned, smilingly. "I am learning that the man who wants me is the man I want." "You are very good to say so. Well, in the first place, I do really and truly want to be good. Not with common goodness, you know, but—" "But uncommon goodness," she put in. "I mean that I want to be very, very good. I should like next to be learned and accomplished. Then I should want to be perfectly well and perfectly happy. And a pleasant home, of course, I must have, with friends to love me and like me, too. And I can't get along without some pretty tasteful things about me. But you are laughing at me. Have I said anything foolish?" "If I laughed it was not at you, but at poor human nature, that would fain grasp everything at once. Allowing that you should possess all you have just described, where is the heroism you so much admire to exercise?" "That's just what I was saying. This is just what troubles me. To be sure, while perfectly well and happy in a pleasant home with friends to love and admire you—" "Oh, I did not say admire," I interrupted. "That is just what you meant, my dear." I am afraid it was, now I come to think it over. "Well, with plenty of friends, good in an uncommon way, accomplished, learned, and surrounded with pretty and tasteful objects, your life will certainly be in danger of not proving very sublime." "It is a great pity," I said, musingly. "Suppose, then, you content yourself for the present with doing in a faithful, quiet, persistent way all the little homely tasks that return with each returning day, each one as unto God, and perhaps by and by you will thus have gained strength for a more heroic life." "But I don't know how." "You have some little home duties, I suppose?" "Yes, I have the care of my own room, and mother wants me to have a general oversight of the parlor." "You know we have but one parlor now." "Is that all you have to do?" "Why, my music and drawing take up a good deal of my time, and I read and study more or less, and go out some, and we have a good many visitors." "I suppose, then, you keep your room in a nice, lady like order, and that the parlor is dusted every morning, loose music put out of the way, books restored to their places." "Now I know mother has been telling you." "Your mother has told me nothing at all." "Well, then," I said, laughing, but a little ashamed, "I don't keep my room in nice order, and mother really sees to the parlor herself, although I pretend to do it." "And is she never annoyed by this neglect?" "Oh, yes, very much annoyed." "Then, dear Katy, suppose your first act of heroism to morrow should be gratifying your mother in these little things, little though they are. Surely your first duty, next to pleasing God, is to please your mother, and in every possible way to sweeten and beautify her life. You may depend upon it that a life of real heroism and self sacrifice must begin and lay its foundation in this little world wherein it learns its first lesson and takes its first steps." "And do you really think God notices such little things?" "My dear child, what a question! If there is any one truth I would gladly impress upon the mind of a young Christian, it is just this, that God notices the most trivial act, accepts the poorest, most threadbare little service, listens to the coldest, feeblest petition, and gathers up with parental fondness all our fragmentary desires and attempts at good works. Oh, if we could only begin to conceive how He loves us, what different creatures we should be!" I felt inspired by her enthusiasm, though I don't think I quite understand what she means. I did not dare stay any longer, for with her great host of children she must have her hands full. March 25. Mother is very much astonished to see how nicely I am keeping things in order. I was flying about this morning, singing and dusting the furniture, when she came in and began, "He that is faithful in that which is least," but I ran at her with my brush and would not let her finish. I really don't deserve to be praised, for I have been thinking that if it is true that God notices every little thing we do to please Him, He must also notice every cross word we speak, every shrug of the shoulders, every ungracious look, and that they displease Him. And my list of such offences is as long as my life. March 29. Yesterday, for the first time since that dreadful blow, I felt some return of my natural gayety and cheerfulness. It seemed to come hand in hand with my first real effort to go so far out of my way to try to do exactly what would gratify dear mother. But to day I am all down again. I miss Amelia's friendship, for one thing. To be sure, I wonder how I ever came to love such a superficial creature so devotedly. But I must have somebody to love, and perhaps I invented a lovely creature and called it by her name, and bowed down to it and worshipped it. I certainly did so in regard to him whose heartless cruelty has left me so sad, so desolate. Evening. Mother has been very patient and forbearing with me all day. To night, after tea, she said in her gentlest, tenderest way, "Dear Katy, I feel very sorry for you, but I see one path which you have not yet tried, which can lead you out of these sore straits. You have tried living for yourself a good many years, and the result is great weariness and heaviness of soul. Try now to live for others. Take a class in the Sunday school. Go with me to visit my poor people. You will be astonished to find how much suffering and sickness there is in the world, and how delightful it is to sympathize with and to try to relieve it. This advice was very repugnant to me. My time is pretty fully occupied with my books, my music, my drawing, and of all places in the world I hate a sick room. But on the whole I will take a class in the Sunday school. End of Chapter 4 of Stepping Heavenward. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 5 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 5. April 6th. I have taken it at last. I would not take one before, because I knew I could not teach little children how to love God unless I loved Him myself. My class is perfectly delightful. There are 12 dear little things in it, of all ages between 8 and 9. 11 are girls, and the one boy makes more trouble than all of them put together. When I get them all about me, and their sweet innocent faces look up into mine, I am so happy that I can hardly help stopping every now and then to kiss them. They ask the very strangest questions. I mean to spend a great deal of time in preparing the lesson, and in hunting up stories to illustrate it. Oh, I am so glad I was ever born into this beautiful world, where there will always be dear little children to love. April 13th. Sunday has come again, and with it my darling little class. Dr. Cabot has preached delightfully all day, and I feel that I begin to understand his preaching better, and that it must do me good. I long, truly long to please God. I long to feel as the best Christians feel, and to live as they live. April 20th. Now that I have these 12 little ones to instruct, I am more than ever in earnest about setting them a good example through the week. It is true they do not, most of them, know how I spend my time, nor how I act. But I know, and whenever I am conscious of not practicing what I preach, I am bitterly ashamed and grieved. How much work, badly done, I am now having to undo. If I had begun in earnest to serve God when I was as young as these children are, how many wrong habits I should have avoided, habits that entangle me now, as in so many nets. I am trying to take each of these little gentle girls by the hand and lead her to Christ. Poor Johnny Ross is not so docile as they are, and tries my patience to the last degree. April 27th. This morning I had my little flock about me, and talked to them out of the very bottom of my heart about Jesus. They left their seats and got close to me in a circle, leaning on my lap and drinking in every word. All of a sudden I was aware, as by a magnetic influence, that a great lumbering man in the next seat was looking at me out of 2 of the blackest eyes I ever saw, and evidently listening to what I was saying. I was disconcerted at first, then angry. What impertinence! What rudeness! I am sure he must have seen my displeasure in my face, for he got up what I suppose he meant for a blush. That is, he turned several shades darker than he was before, giving one the idea that he is full of black rather than red blood. I should not have remembered it, however, by it I mean his impertinence, if he had not shortly after made a really excellent address to the children. Perhaps it was a little above their comprehension, but it showed a good deal of thought and earnestness. I meant to ask who he was, but forgot it. This has been a delightful Sunday. I have really feasted on Dr. Cabot's preaching. But I am satisfied that there is something in religion I do not yet comprehend. I do wish I positively knew that God had forgiven and accepted me. May 6th. Last evening Clara Ray had a little party, and I was there. She has a great knack at getting the right sort of people together and of making them enjoy themselves. I sang several songs, and so did Clara, but they all said my voice was finer and in better training than hers. It is delightful to be with cultivated, agreeable people. I could have stayed all night, but mother sent for me before any one else had thought of going. May 7. I have been on a charming excursion to day with Clara Ray and all her set. I was rather tired, but had an invitation to a concert this evening which I could not resist. July 21. So much has been going on that I have not had time to write. There is no end to the picnics, drives, parties, etc., this summer. I am afraid that I am not getting on at all. My prayers are dull and short and full of wandering thoughts. I am brimful of vivacity and good humor in company, and as soon as I get home am stupid and peevish. I suppose this will always be so, as it has always been, and I declare I would rather be so than such a vapid, flat creature as Mary Jones, or such a dull, heavy one as big Lucy Merrill. July 24. Clara Ray says the girls think me reckless and imprudent in speech. I have a good mind not to go with her set any more. I am afraid I have been a good deal dazzled by the attentions I have received of late, and now comes this blow at my vanity. On the whole, I feel greatly out of sorts this evening. July 28. People talk about happiness to be found in a Christian life. I wonder why I do not find more. On Sundays I am pretty good, and always seem to start afresh, but on week days I am drawn along with those about me. All my pleasures are innocent ones. There is surely no harm in going to concerts, driving out, singing, and making little visits. But these things distract me. They absorb me. They make religious duties irksome. I almost wish I could shut myself up in a cell, and so get out of the reach of temptation. The truth is, the journey heavenward is all uphill. I have to force myself to keep on. The wonder is that anybody gets there with so much to oppose, so little to help one. July 29. It is high time to stop and think. I have been like one running a race, and am stopping to take a breath. I do not like the way in which things have been going on of late. I feel restless and ill at ease. I see that if I would be happy in God I must give Him all, and there is a wicked reluctance to do that. I want Him, but I want to have my own way, too. I want to walk humbly and softly before Him, and I want to go where I shall be admired and applauded. To whom shall I yield? To God or to myself? July 30. I met Dr. Cabot to day, and could not help asking the question, is it right for me to sing and play in company when all I do it for is to be admired? Are you sure it is all you do it for? He returned. Oh, I said, I suppose there may be a sprinkling of desire to entertain and please mixed with the love of display. Do you suppose that your love of display, allowing you have it, would be forever slain by your merely refusing to sing in company? I thought it might give it a pretty hard blow, I said, if not its death blow. Meanwhile, in punishing yourself, you punish your poor innocent friends, he said, laughing. No, child, go on singing. God has given you this power of entertaining and gratifying your friends. But pray without ceasing, that you may sing from pure benevolence, and not from pure self-love. Why, do people pray about such things as that? I cried. Of course they do. Why, I would pray about my little finger if my little finger went astray. I looked at his little finger, but saw no signs of its becoming schismatic. August 3. This morning I took great delight in praying for my little scholars, and went to Sunday school as on wings. But on reaching my seat, what was my horror to find Maria Perry there. "Oh, your seat is changed," said she. "I am to have half your class, and I like this seat better than those higher up. I suppose you don't care." "But I do care," I returned, "and you have taken my very best children, the very sweetest and the very prettiest. I shall speak to Mr. Williams about it directly." "At any rate, I would not fly into such a fury," she said. "It is just as pleasant to me to have pretty children to teach as it is to you. Mr. Williams said he had no doubt you would be glad to divide your class with me, as it is so large, and I doubt if you gain anything by speaking to him." There was not time for further discussion, as school was about to begin. I went to my new seat with great disgust, and found it very inconvenient. The children could not cluster round me as they did before, and I got on with the lesson very badly. I am sure Maria Perry has no gift at teaching little children, and I feel quite vexed and disappointed. This has not been a profitable Sunday, and I am now going to bed cheerless and uneasy. August 9. Mr. Williams called this evening to say that I am to have my old seat and all the children again. All the mothers had been to see him, or had written him notes about it, and requested that I might continue to teach them. Mr. Williams said he hoped I would go on teaching for 20 years, and as fast as his little girls grew old enough to come to Sunday school, he should want me to take charge of them. I should have been greatly elated by these compliments, but for the display I made of myself to Maria Perry on Sunday. Oh, that I could learn to bridle my unlucky tongue! January 15, 1835. To day I am 20. That sounds very old, yet I feel pretty much as I did before. I have begun to visit some of mother's poor folks with her, and am astonished to see how they love her, and how plainly they let her talk to them. As a general rule, I do not think poor people are very interesting, and they are always ungrateful. We went first to see old Jacob Stone. I have been there a good many times with the baskets of nice things mother takes such comfort in sending him, but I never would go in. I was shocked to see how worn away he was. He seemed in great distress of mind, and begged mother to pray with him. I do not see how she could. I am perfectly sure that no earthly power could ever induce me to go round praying on bare floors, with people sitting, rocking, and staring all the time, as those two Stone girls stared at mother. How tenderly she prayed for him! We then went to see Susan Green. She had made a carpet for her room by sewing together little bits of pieces given her, I suppose, by persons for whom she works, for she goes about fitting and making carpets. It looked bright and cheerful. She had a nice bed in the corner, covered with white quilt, and some little ornaments were arranged about the room. Mother complimented her on her neatness, and said a queen might sleep in such a bed as that, and she hoped she found it as comfortable as it looked. "Mercy on us!" she cried out. "It ain't to sleep in. I sleep in the loft, that I climb to by a ladder every night." Mother looked a little amused, and then she sat and listened patiently to a long account of how the poor old thing had invested her money, how Mr. Jones did not pay the interest regularly, and how Mr. Stevens haggled about the percentage. After we came away, I asked mother how she could listen to such a rigmarole in patience, and what good she supposed she had done by her visit. "Why, the poor creature likes to show off her bright carpet and nice bed, her chairs, her vases, and her knickknacks, and she likes to talk about her beloved money and her bank stock. I may not have done her any good, but I have given her a pleasure, and so have you." "Why, I hardly spoke a word." "Yes, but your mere presence gratified her, and if she ever gets into trouble she will feel kindly towards us for the sake of our sympathy with her pleasures, and will let us sympathize with her sorrows." I confess this did not seem a privilege to be coveted. She is not nice at all, and takes snuff. We went next to see Bridget Shannon. Mother had lost sight of her for some years, and had just heard that she was sick and in great want. We found her in bed. There was no furniture in the room, and 3 little half naked children sat with their bare feet in some ashes where there had been a little fire. 3 such disconsolate faces I never saw. Mother sent me to the nearest baker's for bread. I nearly ran all the way, and I hardly know which I enjoyed most, mother's eagerness in distributing, or the children's in clutching at and devouring it. I am going to cut up 1 or 2 old dresses to make the poor things something to cover them. One of them has lovely hair that would curl beautifully if it were only brushed out. I told her to come to see me to morrow, she is so very pretty. Those few visits used up the very time I usually spend in drawing, but on the whole I am glad I went with mother because it has gratified her. Besides, one must either stop reading the Bible altogether, or else leave off spending one's whole time in just doing easy, pleasant things one likes to do. January 20. The little Shannon girl came, and I washed her face and hands, brushed out her hair, made it curl in lovely golden ringlets all around her sweet face, and carried her in great triumph to mother. "Look at the dear little thing, mother," I cried. "Doesn't she look like a line of poetry?" "You foolish, romantic child," quoth mother. "She looks to me like a very ordinary line of prose. A slice of bread and butter and a piece of gingerbread mean more to her than these elaborate ringlets possibly can. They get in her eyes, and make her neck cold. See, they are dripping with water, and the child is all in a shiver." So saying, mother folded a towel round its neck to catch the falling drops, and went for bread and butter, of which the child consumed a quantity that was absolutely appalling. To crown it all, the ungrateful little thing would not so much as look at me from that moment, but clung to mother, turning her back upon me in supreme contempt. Moral. Mothers occasionally know more than their daughters do. Chapter 6. Of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 6. January 24th. A message came yesterday morning from Susan Green to the effect that she had had a dreadful fall and was half killed. Mother wanted to set off at once to see her, but I would not let her go, as she has one of her worst colds. She then asked me to go in her place. I turned up my nose at the bare thought, though I dare say it turns up enough of his own account. "Oh, mother," I said, reproachfully, "that dirty old woman!" Mother made no answer, and I sat down at the piano and played a little, but I played only discords. "Do you think it is my duty to run after such horrid old women?" I asked mother at last. "I think, dear, you must make your own duties," she said, kindly. "I dare say that at your age I should have made a great deal out of my personal repugnance to such a woman as Susan, and very little out of her sufferings. I believe I am the most fastidious creature in the world. Sick rooms, with their intolerable smells of camphor and vinegar and mustard, their gloom and their whines and their groans, actually make me shudder. But now it was just such fastidiousness that made no, I won't utter his name that made somebody weary of my possibilities. And has that terrible lesson really done me no good?" January 26th. No sooner had I written the above than I scrambled into my cloak and bonnet and flew on the wings of holy indignation to Susan Green's. Such wings fly fast, and got me a little out of breath. I found her lying on that nice white bed of hers in a frilled cap and nightgown. It seems she fell from her ladder in climbing to the dismal den where she sleeps, and lay all night in great distress with some serious internal injury. I found her groaning and complaining in a fearful way. "Are you in such pain?" I asked, as kindly as I could. "It isn't the pain," she said. "It isn't the pain. It's the way my nice bed is going to wreck and ruin, and all the starch is getting out of my frills that I fluted with my own hands, and the doctor's bills, and the medicines. Oh, dear, 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 dear!" Just then the doctor came in. After examining her, he said to a woman who seemed to have charge of her, "Are you the nurse?" "Oh, no, I only stepped in to see what I could do for her." "Who is to be with her to night, then?" Nobody knew. "I will send a nurse, then," he said. "But some one else will be needed also," he added, looking at me. "I will stay," I said, but my heart died within me. The doctor took me aside. "Her injuries are very serious," he said. "If she has any friends, they ought to be sent for." "You don't mean that she is going to die?" I asked. "I fear she is, but not immediately." He took leave, and I went back to the bedside. I saw there no longer a snuffy, repulsive old woman, but a human being about to make that mysterious journey to a far country whence there is no return. Oh, how I wished mother were there! "Susan," I said, "have you any relatives?" "No, I haven't," she answered, sharply. "And if I had, they needn't come prowling round me. I don't want no relations about my body." "Would you like to see Dr. Cabot?" "What should I want of Dr. Cabot? Don't tease, child." Considering the deference with which she had heretofore treated me, this was quite a new order of things. I sat down and tried to pray for her silently in my heart. Who was to go with her on that long journey, and where was it to end? The woman who had been caring for her now went away, and it was growing dark. I sat still, listening to my own heart, which beat till it half choked me. "What were you and the doctor whispering about?" she suddenly burst out. "He asked me, for one thing, if you had any friends that could be sent for." "I've been my own best friend," she returned. "Who'd have raked and scraped and hoarded and counted for Susan Green, if I hadn't 'a' done it? I've got enough to make me comfortable as long as I live, and when I lie on my dying bed." "But you can't carry it with you," I said. This highly original remark was all I had courage to utter. "I wish I could!" she cried. "I suppose you think I talk awful. They say you are getting most to be as much of a saint as your ma. It's born in some, and in some it ain't. Do get a light. It's lonesome here in the dark and cold." I was thankful enough to enliven the dark room with a light and fire. But I saw now that the thin, yellow, hard face had changed sadly. She fixed her two little black eyes on me, evidently startled by the expression of my face. "Look here, child, I ain't hurt to speak of, am I?" "The doctor says you are hurt seriously." My tone must have said more than my words did, for she caught me by the wrist and held me fast. "He didn't say nothing about about its being dangerous? I ain't dangerous, am I?" I felt ready to sink. "Oh, Susan," I gasped out, "you haven't any time to lose. You're going! You're going!" "Going!" she cried. "Going where? You don't mean to say I'm a dying? Why, it beats all my calculations. I was going to live ever so many years, and save up ever so much money, and then, when my time come, I was going to put on my best fluted nightgown and nightcap, and lay my head on my handsome pillow, and draw the clothes up over me, neat and tidy, and die decent. But here's my bed all a toss, and my frills all in a crumple, and my room all upside down, and bottles of medicine setting around alongside of my vases, and nobody here but you, just a girl, and nothing else." All this came out by jerks, as it were, and at intervals. "Don't talk so!" I fairly screamed. "Pray, pray to God to have mercy on you." She looked at me, bewildered, yet as if the truth had reached her at last. "Pray yourself," she said, eagerly. "I don't know how. I can't think. Oh, my time's come, and I ain't ready. I ain't ready. Get down on your knees and pray with all your might and main." And I did, she holding my wrist tightly in her hard hand. All at once I felt her hold relax. After that, the next thing I knew I was lying on the floor, and somebody was dashing water in my face. It was the nurse. She had come at last, and found me by the side of the bed where I had fallen, and had been trying to revive me ever since. I started up and looked about me. The nurse was closing Susan's eyes in a professional way, and performing other little services of the sort. The room wore an air of perfect desolation. The clothes Susan had on when she fell lay in a forlorn heap on a chair. Her shoes and stockings were thrown hither and thither. The mahogany bureau, in which she had taken so much pride, was covered with vials, to make room for which some pretty trifles had been hastily thrust aside. I remembered what I had once said to Mrs. Cabot about having tasteful things about me, with a sort of shudder. What a mockery they are in the awful presence of death! Mother met me with open arms when I reached home. She was much shocked at what I had to tell, and at my having encountered such a scene alone. I should have felt myself quite a heroine under her caresses if I had not been overcome with bitter regret that I had not, with firmness and dignity, turned poor Susan's last thoughts to her Saviour. Oh, how could I, through miserable cowardice, let those precious moments slip by! February 27. I have learned one thing by yesterday's experience that is worth knowing. It is this: duty looks more repelling at a distance than when fairly faced and met. Of course I have read the lines, "Nor know we anything so fair as is the smile upon thy face." But I seem to be one of the stupid sort, who never apprehend a thing until they experience it. Now, however, I have seen the smile, and find it so fair that I shall gladly plod through many a hardship and trial to meet it again. Poor Susan! Perhaps God heard my prayer for her soul, and revealed Himself to her at the very last moment. March 2. Such a strange thing has happened. Susan Green left a will bequeathing her precious savings to whoever offered the last prayer in her hearing. I do not want, I never could, touch a penny of that hardly earned store, and if I did no earthly motive would tempt me to tell a human being that it was offered by me, an inexperienced, trembling girl, driven to it by mere desperation. So it has gone to Dr. Cabot, who will not use it for himself, I am sure, but will be delighted to have it to give to poor people who really besiege him. The last time he called to see her he talked and prayed with her, and says she seemed pleased and grateful, and promised to be more regular at church, which she had been ever since. March 28. I feel all out of sorts. Mother says it is owing to the strain I went through at Susan's dying bed. She wants me to go visit my Aunt Mary, who is always urging me to come. But I do not like to leave my little Sunday scholars, nor to give mother the occasion to deny herself in order to meet the expense of such a long journey. Besides, I should have to have some new dresses, a new bonnet, and lots of things. To day Dr. Cabot has sent me some directions for which I have been begging him a long time. Lest I should wear out this precious letter by reading it over, I will copy it here. After alluding to my complaint that I still "saw men as trees walking," he says: "Yet he who first uttered this complaint had had his eyes opened by the Son of God, and so have you. Now He never leaves His work incomplete, and He will gradually lead you into clear and open vision if you allow Him to do it. I say gradually, because I believe this to be His usual method. While I do not deny that there are cases where light suddenly bursts in like a flood, to return to the blind man, when Jesus found that his cure was not complete, He put His hands again upon his eyes and made him look up, and he was restored, and saw every man clearly. Now this must be done for you, and in order to have it done, you must go to Christ Himself, not to one of His servants. Make your complaint. Tell Him how obscure everything still looks to you, and beg Him to complete your cure. He may see fit to try your faith and patience by delaying this completion, but meanwhile you are safe in His presence, and while led by His hand He will excuse the mistakes you make, and pity your falls. But you will imagine that it is best that He should at once enable you to see clearly. If it is, you may be sure He will do it. He never makes mistakes, but He often deals far differently with His disciples. He lets them grope their way in the dark until they fully learn how blind they are, how helpless, how absolutely in need of Him. What His methods will be with you I cannot foretell, but you may be sure He never works in an arbitrary way. He has a reason for everything He does. You may not understand why He leads you now in this way and now in that, but you may, nay, you must, believe that perfection is stamped on His every act. I am afraid that you are in danger of falling into an error only too common among young Christians. you acknowledge that there has been enmity toward God in your secret soul, and that one of the first steps toward peace is to become reconciled to Him, and to have your sins forgiven for Christ's sake. This done, you settle down with the feeling that the great work of life is done, and that your salvation is sure, or, if not sure, that your whole business is to study your own case to see whether you are really in a state of grace. Many persons never get beyond this point. They spend their whole time in asking the question, do I love the Lord or no? Am I His or am I not? I beg you, my dear child, if you are doing this aimless, useless work, to stop short at once. Life is too precious to spend in a treadmill. Having been pardoned by your God and Saviour, the next thing you have to do is to show your gratitude for this infinite favor by consecrating yourself entirely to Him, body, soul, and spirit. This is the least you can do. He has bought you with a price, and you are no longer your own. But, you may reply, this is contrary to my nature. I love my own way. I desire ease and pleasure. I desire to go to heaven, to be carried thither on a bed of flowers. Can I not give myself so far to God as to feel a sweet sense of peace with Him, and be sure of final salvation, and yet to a certain extent indulge and gratify myself? If I give myself entirely away to Him, and lose all ownership in myself, He may deny me many things I greatly desire. He may make my life hard and wearisome, depriving me of all that now makes it agreeable. But, I reply, this is no matter of parley and discussion. It is not optional with God's children whether they will pay Him a part of the price they owe Him and keep back the rest. He asks, and He has a right to ask, for all you have and all you are. And if you shrink from what is involved in such a surrender, you should fly to Him at once, and never rest till He has conquered the secret disinclination to give to Him as freely and as fully as He has given to you. It is true that such an act of consecration on your part may involve no little future discipline and correction. But as soon as you become the Lord's by your own deliberate and conscious act, He will begin that process of sanctification which is to make you holy as He is holy, perfect as He is perfect. He becomes at once your physician as well as your dearest and best friend, but He will use no painful remedy that can be avoided. Remember that it is His will that you should be sanctified, and that the work of making you holy is His, not yours. At the same time, you are not to sit with folded hands, waiting for this blessing. You are to avoid laying hindrances in His way, and you are to exercise faith in Him as being just as able and just as willing to give you sanctification as He was to give you redemption. Now, if you ask how you may know that you have truly consecrated yourself to Him, I reply, observe every indication of His will concerning you, no matter how trivial, and see whether you at once close in with that will. Lay down this principle as a law. God does nothing arbitrary. If He takes away your health, for instance, it is because He has some reason for doing so, and this is true of everything you value. And if you have real faith in Him, you will not insist on knowing the reason. If you find, in the course of daily events, that your self-consecration was not perfect, that is, that your will revolts at His will, do not be discouraged, but fly to your Saviour and stay in His presence till you obtain the spirit in which He cried in His hour of anguish, Father, if Thou be willing, remove this cup from me. Nevertheless, not my will, but Thine be done. Every time you do this, it will be easier to do. Every such consent to suffer will bring you nearer and nearer to Him, and in this nearness to Him you will find such peace, such blessed, sweet peace, as will make your life infinitely happy, no matter what may be its mere outside conditions. Just think, my dear Katy, of the honor and the joy of having your will one with the divine will, and so becoming changed into Christ's image from glory to glory. But I cannot say in a letter the tithe of what I want to say. Listen to my sermons from week to week, and glean from them all the instruction you can, remembering that they are preached to you. In reading the Bible, I advise you to choose detached passages, or even one verse a day, rather than whole chapters. Study every word, ponder and pray over it, till you have got from it all the truth it contains. As to the other devotional reading, it is better to settle down on a few favorite authors, and read their works over and over and over until you have digested their thoughts and made them your own. It has been said that a fixed, inflexible will is a great assistance in holy life. You can will to choose for your associates those who are most devout and holy. You can will to read books that will stimulate you in your Christian life rather than those that merely amuse. You can will to use every means of grace appointed by God. You can will to spend much time in prayer without regard to your frame at the moment. You can will to prefer a religion of principle to one of mere feeling. In other words, to obey the will of God when no comfortable glow of emotion accompanies your obedience. You cannot will to possess the Spirit of Christ. That must come as His gift. But you can choose to study His life and to imitate it. This will infallibly lead to such self-denying work as visiting the poor, nursing the sick, giving of your time and money to the needy, and the like. If the thought of such self-denial is repugnant to you, remember that it is enough for the disciple to be as his Lord. And let me assure you that as you penetrate the labyrinth of life in pursuit of Christian duty, you will often be surprised and charmed by meeting your Master Himself amid its windings and turnings, and receive His soul-inspiring smile. Or, I should rather say, you will always meet Him wherever you go. I have read this letter again and again. It has taken such hold of me that I can think of nothing else. The idea of seeking holiness had never so much as crossed my mind, and even now it seems like presumption for such a one as I to utter so sacred a word, and I shrink from committing myself to such a pursuit, lest, after a time, I should fall back into the old routine. And I have an undefined wicked dread of being singular, as well as a certain terror of self-denial and loss of all liberty. But no choice seems left to me. Now that my duty has been clearly pointed out to me, I do not stand where I did before, and I feel, mingled with my indolence and love of ease and pleasure, some drawings toward a higher and better life. There is one thing I can do, and that is to pray that Jesus would do for me what He did for the blind man, put His hands yet again upon my eyes, and make me to see clearly. And I will. March 30th. Yes, I have prayed, and He has heard me. I see that I have no right to live for myself, and that I must live for Him. I have given myself to Him as I never did before, and have entered, as it were, a new world. I was very happy when I began to believe in His love for me, and that He had redeemed me. But this new happiness is deeper. It involves something higher than getting to heaven at last, which has hitherto been my great aim. March 31st. The more I pray, and the more I read the Bible, the more I feel my ignorance, and the more earnestly I desire holiness. the more utterly unholy I see myself to be. But I have pledged myself to the Lord, and I must pay my vows, cost what it may. I have begun to read Taylor's Holy Living and Dying. A month ago I should have found it a tedious, dry book. But I am reading it with a sort of avidity, like one seeking after hid treasure. Mother, observing what I was doing, advised me not to read it straight through, but to mingle a passage now and then with chapters from other books. She suggested my beginning on Baxter's Saints' Rest, and of that I have read every word. I shall read it over, as Dr. Cabot advised, till I have fully caught its spirit. Even this one reading has taken away my lingering fear of death, and made heaven awfully attractive. I never mean to read worldly books again, and my music and drawing I have given up forever. Chapter 6. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 7 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 7. Mother asked me last evening to sing and play for her. I was embarrassed to know how to excuse myself without telling her my real reason for declining, but somehow she got it out of me. One need not be fanatical in order to be religious, she said. Is it fanatical to give up all for God? I asked. What is it to give up all? She asked in reply. Why, to deny one's self every gratification and indulgence in order to mortify one's natural inclinations and to live entirely for Him. God is then a hard master who allows His children no liberty, she replied. Now let us see where this theory will lead you. In the first place, you must shut your eyes to all the beautiful things He has made. You must shut your ears to all the harmonies He has ordained. You must shut your heart against all sweet human affections. You have a body, it is true, and it may revolt at such bondage. We are told to keep under the body, I interrupted. Oh, mother, don't hinder me. You know that my love for music is a passion, and that it is my snare and temptation. And how can I spend my whole time in reading the Bible and praying if I go on with my drawing? It may do for other people to serve both God and Mammon, but not for me. I must belong wholly to the world or wholly to Christ. Mother said no more, and I went on with my reading, but somehow my book seemed to have lost its flavor. Besides, it was time to retire from my evening devotions, which I never put off now till the last thing at night, as I used to do. When I came down, mother was lying on the sofa, by which I knew she was not well. I felt troubled that I had refused to sing to her. Think of the money she had spent on that part of my education. I went to her and kissed her with a pang of terror. What if she was going to be very sick and to die? It is nothing, darling, she said. Nothing at all. I am tired, and felt a little faint. I looked at her anxiously, and the bare thought that she might die and leave me alone was so terrible that I could hardly help crying out. And I saw, as by a flash of lightning, that if God took her from me, I could not, would not, say, Thy will be done. But she was better after taking a few drops of lavender, and what color she has came back to her dear sweet face. April 12th. Dr. Cabot's letter has lost all its power over me. A stone has more feeling than I. I don't love to pray. I am sick and tired of this dreadful struggle after holiness. Good books are all alike, flat and meaningless. But I must have something to absorb and carry me away, and I have come back to my music and my drawing with new zest. Mother was right in warning me against giving them up. Maria Kelly is teaching me to paint in oil colors, and says I have a natural gift for it. April 13th. Mother asked me to go to church with her last evening, and I said I did not want to go. She looked surprised and troubled. "Are you well, dear?" she asked. "I don't know. Yes, I suppose I am, but I could not be still at church 5 minutes. I am so nervous I feel as if I should fly." "I see how it is," she said. "You have forgotten that body of yours of which I reminded you, and have been trying to live as if you were all soul and spirit. You have been straining every nerve to acquire perfection, whereas this is God's gift, and one that He is willing to give you fully and freely." "I have done seeking for that or anything else that is good," I said, despondently, "and so I have gone back to my music and everything else." "Here is just the rock upon which you split," she returned. "You speak of going back to your music as if that implied going away from God. You rush from one extreme to another. The only true way to live in this world, constituted just as we are, is to make all our employments subserve the one great end and aim of existence, namely, to glorify God and to enjoy Him forever. But in order to do this we must be wise taskmasters, and not require of ourselves what we cannot possibly perform. Recreation we must have, otherwise the strings of our soul, wound up to an unnatural tension, will break." "Oh, I do wish," I cried, "that God has given us plain rules about which we could make no mistake." "I think His rules are plain," she replied, "and some liberty of action He must leave us, or we should become mere machines. I think that those who love Him, and wait upon Him day by day, learn His will almost imperceptibly, and need not go astray." "But, mother, music and drawing are sharp edged tools in such hands as mine. I cannot be moderate in my use of them, and the more I delight in them the less I delight in God." "Yes, this is human nature, but God's divine nature will supplant it if we only consent to let Him work in us of His own good pleasure." New York, April 16. After all, mother has come off conqueror, and here I am at Aunty's. After our quiet, plain little home in our quiet little town, this seems like a new world. The house is large, but is as full as it can hold. Aunty has 6 children of her own, and had adopted 2. She says she always meant to imitate the old woman who lived in a shoe. She reminds me of mother, and yet she is very different. Full of fun and energy, flying about the house as on wings, with a kind, bright word for everybody. All her household affairs go on like clockwork. The children are always nicely dressed. Nobody ever seems out of humor. Nobody is ever sick. Aunty is the central object round which everybody revolves. You can't forget her a moment, for she is always doing something for you, and then her unflagging good humor and cheerfulness keep you good humored and cheerful. I don't wonder Uncle Alfred loves her so. I hope I shall have just such a home. I mean this is the sort of home I should like if I were married, which I never mean to be. I should like to be just as a bright, loving wife as Aunty is, to have my husband lean on me as Uncle leans on her, to have just as many children, and to train them as wisely and kindly as she does hers. Then I should feel I had not been born in vain, but had a high and sacred mission on earth. But as it is, I must just pick up what scraps of usefulness I can, and let the rest go. April 18. Aunty says I sit writing and reading and thinking too much, and wants me to go out more. I tell her I don't feel strong enough to go out much. She says that is all nonsense, and drags me out. I get tired and hungry, and sleep like a baby a month old. I see now mother's wisdom and kindness in making me leave home when I did. I had veered about from point to point till I was nearly ill. Now Aunty keeps me well by making me go out, and dear Dr. Cabot's precious letter can work a true and not a morbid work in my soul. I am very happy. I have delightful talks with Aunty, who sets me right on this point and on that, and it is beautiful to watch her home life, and to see with what sweet unconsciousness she carries her religion into every detail. I am sure it must do me good to be here, and yet if I am growing better, how slowly it is! Somebody has said that our course heavenward is like the plan of the zealous pilgrims of old, who for every 3 steps forward took 1 backward. April 30. Auntie's baby, my dear father's namesake, and hitherto the merriest fellow I ever saw, was taken sick last night very suddenly. She sent for the doctor at once, who would not say positively what was the matter, but this morning pronounced it scarlet fever. The 3 youngest have all come down with it to day. If they were my children I should be in a perfect worry and flurry. Indeed I am as it is. But Auntie is as bright and cheerful as ever. She flies from one to another and keeps up their spirits with her own gayety. I am mortified to find that at such times as this I can think of myself, and that I find it irksome to be shut up in sick rooms instead of walking, driving, visiting, and the like. But as Dr. Cabot says, I can now choose to imitate my Master, who spent his whole life in doing good, and I do hope, too, to be of some little use to Auntie after her kindness to me. May 1. The doctor says the children are doing as well as could be expected. He made a short visit this morning, as it is Sunday. If I had ever seen him before I should say I had some unpleasant association with him. I wonder Auntie employs such a great clumsy man, but she says he is very good and very skillful. I wish I did not take such violent likes and dislikes to people. I want my religion to change me in every respect. May 2. Oh, now I know! This is the very man who was so rude at Sunday school, and afterwards made such a nice address to the children. Well, he may know how to speak in public, but I am sure he doesn't in private. I never knew such a shut-up man. May 4. I have my hands as full as they can hold. The children have got so fond of me, and one or the other is in my lap nearly all the time. I sing to them, tell them stories, build blockhouses, and relieve Auntie all I can. Dull and poky as the doctor is, I am not afraid of him, for he never notices anything I say or do. So while he is holding solemn consultations with Auntie in one corner, I can sing and talk all sorts of nonsense to my little pets in mine. What fearful black eyes he has, and what masses of black hair! This busy life quite suits me now I have got used to it, and it sweetens every bit of work to think that I am doing it in humble, far off, yet real imitation of Jesus. I am indeed, really and truly happy. May 14. It is now 2 weeks since little Raymond was taken sick, and I have lived in the nursery all the time, though Auntie has tried to make me go out. Little Emma was taken down to day, though she has been kept off the 3rd floor all of the time. I feel dreadfully myself, but this hard, cold doctor of Auntie's is so taken up with the children that he never so much as looks at me. I have been in a perfect shiver all day, but these merciless little folks call for stories as eagerly as ever. Well, let me be a comfort to them if I can. I hate selfishness more and more, and am shocked to see how selfish I have been. May 15. I was in a burning fever all night, and my head ached, and my throat was and is very sore. If I knew I was going to die, I would burn up this journal first. I would not have any one see it for the world. May 24. Dr. Elliott asked me on Sunday morning a week ago if I still felt well. For answer I behaved like a goose and burst out crying. Auntie looked more anxious than I had seen her look yet, and reproached herself for having allowed me to be with the children. She took me by one elbow and the doctor by the other, and they marched me to my own room, where I was put through the usual routine on such occasions, and then ordered to bed. I fell asleep immediately, and slept all day. The doctor came to see me in the evening, and made a short, stiff little visit, gave me a powder, and said he thought I should soon be better. I had 2 such visits from him the next day, when I began to feel quite like myself again, and in spite of his grave, staid deportment, could not help letting my good spirits run away with me in a style that evidently shocked him. He says persons nursing scarlet fever often have such little attacks as mine. Indeed, every one of the servants have had a sore throat and headache. May 25. This morning, just as the doctor shuffled in on his big feet, it came over me how ridiculously I must have looked the day I was taken sick, being walked off by Aunty and himself, crying like a baby. I burst out laughing, and no consideration I could make to myself would stop me. I pinched myself, and asked myself how I should feel if one of the children should die, and used other kindred devices, all to no purpose. At last the doctor, gravity personified as he is, joined in, though not knowing in the least what he was laughing at. Then he said, "After this, I suppose, I shall have to pronounce you convalescent." "Oh, no," I cried. "I am very sick indeed." "This looks like it, to be sure," said Aunty. "I suppose this will be your last visit, Dr. Elliott," I went on, "and I am glad of it. After the way I behaved the day I was taken sick, I have been ashamed to look you in the face. But I really felt dreadfully." He made no answer whatever. I don't suppose he would speak a flattering word by way of putting one in good humor with one's self for the whole world. June 1. We are all as well as ever, but the doctor keeps some of the children still confined to the house for fear of bad consequences following the fever. He visits them twice a day for the same reason, or at least under that pretense. But I really believe he comes because he has got the habit of coming, and because he admires Aunty so much. She has a real affection for him, and is continually asking me if I don't like this or that quality in him, which I can't see at all. We began to drive out again. The weather is very warm, but I feel perfectly well. June 2. After the children's dinner to day, I took care of them while their nurse got hers, and Aunty went to lie down, as she was all tired out. We were all full of life and fun, and some of the little ones wanted me to play a play of their own invention, which was to lie down on the floor, cover my face with a handkerchief, and make believe I was dead. They were to gather about me, and I was suddenly to come to life and jump up and try to catch them as they all ran scampering and screaming about. We had played in this interesting way for some time, and my hair, which I keep in nice order nowadays, was pulled down and flying every way, when in marched the doctor. I started up and came to life quickly enough when I heard his step, looking red and angry, no doubt. "I should think you might have knocked, Dr. Elliott," I said, with much displeasure. "I ask your pardon. I knocked several times," he returned. "I need hardly ask how my little patients are." "No," I replied, still ruffled, and making desperate efforts to get my hair into some sort of order. "They are as well as possible." "I came a little earlier than usual to day," he went on, "because I am called to visit my uncle, Dr. Cabot, who is in a very critical state of health." "Dr. Cabot!" I repeated, bursting into tears. "Compose yourself, I entreat," he said. "I hope that I may be able to relieve him. At all events " "At all events, if you let him die it will break my heart," I cried, passionately. "Don't wait another moment. Go this instant." "I cannot go this instant," he replied. "The boat does not leave until 4 o'clock. And if I may be allowed, as a physician, to say one word that my brief acquaintance hardly justifies, I do wish to warn you that unless you acquire more self-control—" "Oh, I know that I have a quick temper, and that I spoke very rudely to you just now," I interrupted, not a little startled by the seriousness of his manner. "I do not refer to your temper," he said. "I meant your whole passionate nature, your vehement loves and hates, your ecstasies and your despondencies, your disposition to throw yourself headlong into whatever interests you." "I would rather have too little self-control," I retorted, resentfully, "than to be as cold as a stone, and as hard as a rock, and as silent as the grave, like some people I know." His countenance fell. He looked disappointed, even pained. "I shall probably see your mother," he said, turning to go. "Your aunt wishes me to call on her. Have you any messages?" "No," I said. Another pained, disappointed look made me begin to recollect myself. I was sorry, oh, so sorry for my anger and rudeness. I ran after him into the hall, my eyes full of tears, holding out both hands, which he took in both of his. "Don't go until you have forgiven me for being so angry," I cried. "Indeed, Dr. Elliott, though you may not be able to believe it, I am trying to do right all the time." "I do believe it," he said, earnestly. "Then tell me that you forgive me." "If I once begin, I shall be tempted to tell something else," he said, looking me through and through with those great dusky eyes. "And I will tell it," he went on, his grasp on my hands growing firmer. "It is easy to forgive when one loves." I pulled my hands away and burst out crying again. "Oh, Dr. Elliott, this is dreadful," I said. You cannot love me. You are so much older than I am, so grave and silent. You are not in earnest." "I am only too much so," he said, and went quietly out. I went back to the nursery. The children rushed about me and insisted that I should "play die." I let them pull me about as they pleased. I only wished I could play it in earnest. Chapter 8. Of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 8. June 28. Mother writes me that Dr. Cabot is out of danger, Dr. Elliott having thrown new light on his case and performed some sort of an operation that relieved him at once. I am going home. Nothing would tempt me to encounter those black eyes again. Besides, the weather is growing warm, and Aunty is getting ready to go out of town with the children. June 29. Aunty insisted on knowing why I was hurrying home so suddenly, and at last got it out of me inch by inch. On the whole, it was a relief to have some one to talk to. "Well," she said, leaning back in her chair in a fit of musing. "Is that all you are going to say, Aunty?" I ventured to ask at last. "No, I have one more remark to add," she said, "and it is this. I don't know which of you has behaved more ridiculously. It would relieve me to give each of you a good shaking." "I think Dr. Elliott has behaved ridiculously," I said, "and he has made me most unhappy." "Unhappy?" she repeated. "I don't wonder you are unhappy. You have pained and wounded one of the noblest men that walks the earth." "It is not my fault. I never tried to make him like me." "Yes, you did. You were perfectly bewitching whenever he came here. No mortal man could help being fascinated." I knew this was not true, and I bitterly resented Aunty's injustice. "If I wanted to fascinate or bewitch a man," I cried, "I should not choose one old enough to be my father, nor one who is as uninteresting, awkward and stiff as Dr. Elliott. Besides, how should I know he was not married? If I thought anything about it at all, I certainly thought of him as a middle aged man settled down with a wife long ago. In the first place, he is not old, or even middle aged. He is not more than 27 or 28. As to his being uninteresting, perhaps he is to you, who doesn't know him. And if he were a married man, what business had he to come here and see you as often as he had done?" "I did not know he came to see me. He never spoke to me. And I always said I would never marry a doctor." "We all say scores of things we live to repent," she replied. "But I must own that the doctor acted quite out of character when he expected you to take a fancy to him on such short notice, you romantic little thing." Of course, knowing him as little as you do, and only seeing him in sick rooms, you could not have done otherwise than as you did." "Thank you, Aunty," I said, running and throwing my arms around her. "Thank you with all my heart. And now won't you take back what you said about me trying to fascinate him?" "I suppose I must, you dear child," she said. "I was not half in earnest. The truth is, I am so fond of you both that the idea of your misunderstanding each other annoys me extremely. Why, you were made for each other. He would tone you down and keep you straight, and you would stimulate him and keep him awake." "I don't want to be toned down or kept straight," I remonstrated. "I hate prigs who keep their wives in leading strings. I do not mean to marry any one, but if I should be left to such a piece of folly, it must be one who will take me for better or for worser, just as I am, and not as a wild plant for him to prune till he has got it into shape to suit him. And now, Aunty, promise me one thing. Never mention Dr. Elliott's name to me again." "I shall make no such promise," she replied, laughing. "I like him, and I like to talk about him, and the more you hate and despise him, the more I shall love and admire him. I only wish my Lucy were old enough to be his wife, and that he could fancy her, but he never could." "On the contrary, I should think that little model of propriety would just suit him," I exclaimed. "Don't make fun of Lucy," Aunty said, shaking her head. "She is a dear, good child, after all." "After all" means this, for what with my own observation and what Aunty had told me, Lucy's portrait is easy to paint. The child is the daughter of a man who died from a lingering illness caused by an accident. She entered her family at a most inauspicious moment, 2 days after this accident. From the outset she comprehended the situation, and took the ground that a character of irreproachable dignity and propriety became an infant coming at such a time. She never cried, never put improper objects into her mouth, never bumped her head or scratched herself. Once put to bed at night, you knew nothing more of her till such time next day as you found it convenient to attend to her. If you forgot her existence, as was not seldom the case under the circumstances, she vegetated on unmoved. It is possible that pangs of hunger sometimes assailed her, and it is a fact that she teethed and had the measles and the whooping cough, but these minute ripples on her infant life only showed the more clearly what a waveless, placid little sea it was. She got her teeth in the order laid down in Dewees on children. Her measles came out on the appointed day, like well behaved measles as they were, and retired decently and in order, as measles should. Her whooping cough had a well bred, methodical air, and left her conqueror of the field. As the child passed out of her babyhood, she remained still her mother's appendage and glory, a monument of pure white marble, displaying to the human race one instance, at least, of perfect parental training. Those smooth, round hands were always magically clean, the dress immaculate and uncrumpled, the hair dutifully shining and tidy. She was a model child, as she had been a model baby. No slamming of doors, no litter of carpets, no pattering of noisy feet on the stairs, no headless dolls, no soiled or torn books indicated her presence. Her dolls were subject to a methodical training not unlike her own. They rose, they were dressed, they took air, they retired for the night, with clock-like regularity. At the advanced age of 8 she ceased occupying herself with such trifles, and began a course of instructive reading. Her lessons were received in mute submission, like medicine, so many doses, so many times a day. An agreeable interlude of needlework was afforded, and Dorcas-like many were the garments that resulted for the poor. Give her the very eyes out of your head, cut off your right hand for her if you choose, but don't expect a gush of enthusiasm that would crumple your collar. She would as soon strangle herself as run headlong to embrace you. If she has any passions or emotions, they are kept under. But who asks for passion in blancmange, or seeks emotion in a comfortable apple pudding? When her father had been dead a year, her mother married a man with a large family of children and a very small purse. Lucy had a hard time of it, especially as her stepfather, a quick, impulsive man, took a dislike to her. Aunty had no difficulty in persuading them to give the child to her. She took her from the purest motives, and it does seem as if she ought to have more reward than she gets. She declares, however, that she has all the reward she could ask, in the conviction that God accepts this attempt to please Him. Lucy is now nearly 14, very large for her age, with dead white skin, pale blue eyes, and a little light hair. To hear her talk is most edifying. Her babies are all babes. She never begins anything, but commences it. She never cries, she weeps. She never gets up in the morning, but rises. But what am I writing all this for? Why, to escape my own thoughts, which are anything but agreeable companions, and to put off answering the question that must be answered. Have I really made a mistake in refusing Dr. Elliott? Could I not, in time, have come to love a man who has so honored me? July 5. Here I am again, safely at home, and very pleasant it seems to be with dear mother again. I have told her about Dr. E. She says very little about it one way or the other. July 10. Mother sees that I am restless and out of sorts. "What is it, dear?" she asked this morning. "Has Dr. Elliott anything to do with the unsettled state you are in?" "Why, no, mother," I answered. "My going away has broken up all my habits, that's all. Still, if I knew Dr. Elliott did not care much, and was beginning to forget it, I dare say I should feel better." "If you were perfectly sure that you could never return his affection," she said, "you were quite right in telling him so at once. But if you had any misgivings on the subject, it would have been better to wait and to ask God to direct you." Yes, it would. But at that moment I had no misgivings. In my usual headlong style, I settled one of the most weighty questions of my life without reflection, without so much as one silent appeal to God to tell me how to act. And now I had forever repelled and thrown away a heart that truly loved me. He will go his way, and I shall go mine. He never will know what I am only just beginning to know myself, that I yearn after his love with unutterable yearning. But I am not going to sit down in sentimental despondency to weep over this irreparable past. No human being could forgive such folly as mine. But God can. In my sorrowfulness and loneliness I fly to Him, and find what is better than earthly felicity, the sweetest peace. He allowed me to bring upon myself, in one hasty moment, a shadow out of which I shall not soon pass. But He pities and He forgives me, and I have had many precious moments when I could say sincerely and joyfully, "Whom have I in heaven but Thee? And there is none upon earth that I desire besides Thee." With a character still so undisciplined as mine, I seriously doubt whether I could have made Him happy who has honored me with His unmerited affection. Sometimes I think I am as impetuous and as quick tempered as ever. I get angry with dear mother, and with James, even, if they oppose me. How unfit, then, I am to become the mistress of a household and the wife of a good man! How came he to love me? I cannot imagine. August 31. The last day of the very happiest summer I ever spent. If I had only been willing to believe the testimony of others, I might have been just as happy long ago. But I wanted to have all there was in God, and all there was in the world, at once, and there was a constant, painful struggle between the two. I hope that struggle is now over. I deliberately choose and prefer God. I have found a sweet peace in trying to please Him such as I never conceived of. I would not change it for all the best things this world can give. But I have a great deal to learn. I am like a little child who cannot run to get what he wants, but approaches it step by step, slowly, timidly, and yet approaches it. I am amazed at the patience of my blessed Master and Teacher. But how I love His school! September. This, too, has been a delightful month, in a certain sense. Amelia's marriage, at which I had to be present, upset me a little, but it was but a little ruffle on a deep sea of peace. I saw Dr. Cabot to day. He is quite well again, and speaks of Dr. Elliott's skill with rapture. He asked about my Sunday scholars, and my poor folks, etc., and I could not help letting out a little of the new joy that has taken possession of me. "This is as it should be," he said. "I should be sorry to see a person of your temperament enthusiastic in everything save religion. Do not be discouraged if you still have some ups and downs. He that is down need fear no fall. But you are away up on the heights, and may have one now and then." This made me a little uncomfortable. I don't want any falls. I want to go on to perfection. October 1. Laura Cabot came to see me to day, and seemed very affectionate. "I hope we may see more of each other than we have done," she began. "My father wishes it, and so do I." Katy, mentally. "Ah, he sees how unworldly, how devoted I am, and so wants Laura under my influence." Katy, aloud. "I am sure that is very kind." Laura. "Not at all. He knows it will be profitable to me to be with you. I get a good deal discouraged at times, and want a friend to strengthen and help me." Katy, to herself. "Yes, yes, he thinks me quite experienced and trustworthy." Katy, aloud. "I shall never dare to try to help you." Laura. "Oh, yes, you must. I am so far behind you in Christian experience." But I am ashamed to write down any more. After she had gone I felt delightfully puffed up for a while, but when I came up to my room this evening and knelt down to pray, everything looked dark and chaotic. God seemed far away, and I took no pleasure in speaking to Him. I felt sure I had done something or felt something wrong, and asked Him to show me what it was. There then flashed into my mind the remembrance of the vain, conceited thoughts I had had during Laura's visit, and ever since. How perfectly contemptible! I have had a fall indeed. I think now my first mistake was in telling Dr. Cabot my secret, sacred joys, as if some merit of mine had earned them for me. That gave Satan a fine chance to triumph over me. After this I am determined to maintain the utmost reserve in respect to my religious experiences. Nothing is gained by running to tell them, and much is lost. I feel depressed and comfortless. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 9 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 9. October 10th. We have had very sad news from Aunty. She says my uncle is quite broken down with some obscure disease that has been creeping stealthily along for months. All his physicians agree that he must give up his business and try the effect of a year's rest. Dr. Elliott proposes his going to Europe, which seems to me about as formidable as going to the next world. Aunty makes the best she can of it, but she says the thought of being separated from Uncle a whole year is dreadful. I pray for her day and night, that this wild project may be given up. Why, he would be on the ocean ever so many weeks, exposed to all the discomforts of narrow quarters and poor food, and that just as winter is drawing nigh. October 12th. Aunty writes that the voyage to Europe has been decided on, and that Dr. Elliott is to accompany Uncle, travel with him, amuse him, and bring him home a well man. I hope Dr. E.'s power to amuse may exist somewhere, but I must own it was in a most latent form when I had the pleasure of knowing him. Poor Aunty! How much better it would be for her to go with Uncle! There are all the children, to be sure. Well, I hope Uncle may be better for the great undertaking, but I don't like the idea of it. October 15th. Another letter from Aunty and new plans. The doctor is to stay at home, Aunty is to go with Uncle, and we, mother and myself, are to take possession of the house and the children during their absence. In other words, all of this is to be, if we say amen. Could anything be more frightful? To refuse would be selfish and cruel. If we consent, I thrust myself under Dr. Elliott's very nose. October 16. Mother is surprised that I can hesitate one instant. She seems to have forgotten all about Dr. E. She says we can easily find a family to take this house for a year, and that she is delighted to do anything for Aunty that can be done. November 4. Here we are, the whole thing settled. Uncle and Aunty started a week ago, and we are monarchs of all we survey, and this is a great deal. I am determined that mother shall not be worn out with these children, although, of course, I could not manage them without her advice and help. It is to be hoped that they won't all have the measles in a body, or anything of that sort. I am sure it would be annoying to Dr. E. to come here now. November 25. Of course the baby must go on teething, if only to have the doctor sent for to lance his gums. I told mother I was sure I could not be present when this was being done, so, though she looked surprised, and said people should accustom themselves to such things, she volunteered to hold the baby herself. November 26. The baby was afraid of mother, not being used to her, so she sent for me. As I entered the room she gave him to me with an apology for doing so, since I shrank from witnessing the operation. What must Dr. E. think I am made of if I can't bear to see a child's gums lanced? However, it is my own fault that he thinks me such a coward, for I made mother think me one. It was very embarrassing to hold baby and have the doctor's face so close to mine. I really wonder mother should not see how awkwardly I am situated here. November 27. We have had a good many visitors, friends of Uncle and Aunty. How uninteresting most people are! They all say the same thing, namely, how strange that Aunty had courage to undertake such a voyage, and to leave her children, etc., etc., etc. And what was Dr. Elliott thinking of to let them go, etc., etc., etc. Dr. Embry called to day with a pretty little fresh creature, his new wife, who hangs on his arm like a work bag. He is Dr. Elliott's intimate friend, and spoke of him very warmly, and so did his wife, who says she has known him always, as they were born and brought up in the same small village. I wonder he did not marry her himself, instead of leaving her for Dr. Embry. She says he, Dr. Elliott I mean, was the most devoted son she ever saw, and that he deserves his present success because he made such sacrifices for his parents. I never met any one whom I liked so well on such short acquaintance. I mean Mrs. Embry, though you might fancy, you poor deluded journal you, that I meant somebody else. November 30. I have had so much to do that I have little time for writing. The way the children wear out their shoes and stockings, the speed with which their hair grows, the way they bump their heads and pinch their fingers, and the insatiable demand for stories is something next to miraculous. Not a day passes that somebody doesn't need something bought, that somebody doesn't choke itself, and that I don't have to tell stories till I feel my intellect reduced to the size of a pea. If ever I was alive and wide awake, however, it is just now. And in spite of some vague shadows of I don't know what, I am very happy indeed. So is dear mother. She and the doctor have become bosom friends. He keeps her making beef tea, scraping lint, and boiling calves' feet for jelly, till the house smells like a hospital. I suppose he thinks me a poor, selfish, frivolous girl, whom nothing would tempt to raise a finger for his invalids. But of course I do not care what he thinks. December 4. Dr. Elliott came this morning to ask mother to go with him to see a child who had met with a horrible accident. She turned pale and pressed her lips together, but went at once to get ready. Then my long suppressed wrath burst out. "How can you ask poor mother to go and see such sights?" I cried. "You must think her nothing but a stone. If you suppose that after the way in which my father died—" "It was indeed most thoughtless of me," he interrupted. "But your mother is such a rare woman, so decided and self controlled, yet so gentle, so full of tender sympathy, that I hardly know where else to look for just the help I need to day. If you could see this poor child, even you would justify me." "Even you! You monster of selfishness, heart of stone, floating bubble! Even you would justify it! How cruel, how unjust, how unforgiving he is!" I rushed out of the room and cried until I was tired. December 6. Mother says she feels really grateful to Dr. E. for taking her to see that child, and to help soothe and comfort it while he went through with a severe, painful operation that she would not describe because she fancied I looked pale. I said I should think the child's mother the most proper person to soothe it on such an occasion. "The poor thing has no mother," she said, reproachfully. "What has got into you, Kate? You do not seem at all like yourself." "I should think you had enough to do with this great house to keep in order, so many mouths to fill, and so many servants to oversee, without wearing yourself out with nursing all Dr. Elliott's poor folks," I said, gloomily. "The more I have to do, the happier I am," she replied. "Dear Katy, the old wound isn't healed yet, and I like to be with those who have wounds and bruises of their own, and Dr. Elliott seems to have divined this by instinct." I ran and kissed her dear, pale face, which grows more beautiful every day. No wonder she misses father so. He loved and honored her beyond description, and never forgot one of those little courtesies that must have a great deal to do with a wife's happiness. People said of him that he was a gentleman of the old school, and that race is dying out. I feel a good deal out of sorts myself. Oh, I do so wish to get above myself and all my childish, petty ways, and to live in a region where there is no temptation and no sin. December 22. I have been to see Mrs. Embury to day. She did not receive me as cordially as usual, and I very soon resolved to come away. She detained me, however. "Would you mind me speaking to you on a certain subject?" she asked, with some embarrassment. I felt myself flush up. "I do not want to meddle with affairs that don't concern me," she went on, "but Dr. Elliott and I have been intimate friends all our lives, and his disappointment has really distressed me." One of my moods came on, and I couldn't speak a word. "You are not at all the sort of girl I supposed he would fancy," she continued. "He has always said he was waiting to find some one just like his mother, and she is one of the gentlest, meekest, sweetest, and fairest among women." "You ought to rejoice, then, that he has escaped the snare," I said, in a husky voice, "and is free to marry his ideal when he finds her." "But that is just what troubles me. He is not free. He does not attach himself readily, and I am afraid that it will be a long, long time before he gets over this unlucky passion for you." "Passion!" I cried, contemptuously. She looked at me with some surprise, and then went on. "Most girls would jump at the chance of getting such a husband." "I don't know that I particularly care to be classed with 'most girls,'" I replied, loftily. "But if you only knew him as well as I do! He is so noble, so disinterested, and is so beloved by his patients. I could tell you scores of anecdotes about him that would show just what he is." "Thank you," I said. "I think we have discussed Dr. Elliott quite enough already. I cannot say that he has elevated himself in my opinion by making you take up the cudgels in his defence." "You do him an injustice when you say that," she cried. "His sister, the only person to whom he has confided this state of things, begged me to find out, if I could, whether you had any other attachment, and if her brother's case was quite hopeless. But I am sorry I undertook the task, as it has annoyed you so much." I came away a good deal ruffled. When I got home, mother said she was glad I had been out, at last, for a little recreation, and that she wished I did not confine myself to the children. I said that I did not confine myself more than Aunty did. "But that is different," mother objected. "She is their own mother, and love helps bear her burden." "So it does me," I returned. "I love the children exactly as if they were my own." "That," she said, "is impossible." "I certainly do," I persisted. Mother would not dispute with me, though I wished she would. "A mother," she went on, "receives her children one at a time, and gradually adjusts herself to gradually increasing burdens. But you take a whole houseful upon you at once, and I am sure it is too much for you. You do not look or act like yourself." "It isn't the children," I said. "What is it, then?" "Why, it's nothing," I said, pettishly. "I must say, dear," said mother, not noticing my manner, "that your wonderful devotion to the children, aside from its effect on your health and temper, has given me great delight." "I don't see why," I said. "Very few girls of your age would give up their whole time as you do to such work." "That is because there are very few girls as fond of children as I am. There is no virtue in doing exactly what one likes to do." "There, go away, you contrary child," said mother, laughing. "If you won't be praised, you won't." So I came up here and moped a little. I don't see what ails me, but there is an undercurrent of peace that is not entirely disturbed by any outside event. In spite of my follies and my shortcomings, I do believe that God loves and pities me, and will yet perfect that which concerneth me. It is a great mystery, but so is everything. Dr. Elliott to Mrs. Crofton. And now, my dear friend, having issued my usual bulletin of health, you may feel quite at ease about your dear children, and I come to a point in your letter which I would gladly pass over in silence, but this would be a poor return for the interest you express in my affairs. Both ladies are devoted to your little flock, and Miss Mortimer seems not to have a thought but for them. The high opinion I formed of her at the outset is more than justified by all I see of her daily household life. I know what her faults are, for she seems to take delight in revealing them. But I also know her rare virtues, and what a wealth of affection she has to bestow on the man who is so happy as to win her heart. But I shall never be that man. Her growing aversion to me makes me dread a summons to your house, and I have hardly manliness enough to conceal the pain this gives me. I entreat you, therefore, never again to press this subject upon me. After all, I would not, if I could, dispense with the ministry of disappointment and unrest. Mrs. Crofton, in reply: "So she hates you, does she? I am charmed to hear it. Indifference would be an alarming symptom, but good, cordial hatred, or what looks like it, is a most hopeful sign. The next chance you get to see her alone, assure her that you never shall repeat your first offense. If nothing comes of it, I am not a woman, and never was one, nor is she." March 25, 1836. The New Year and my birthday have come and gone, and this is the first moment I could find for writing down all that has happened. The day after my last date I was full of serious, earnest thoughts, of new desires to live without one reserve for God. I was smarting under the remembrance of my folly at Mrs. Embury's, and with a sense of vague disappointment and discomfort, and had to fly closer than ever to Him. In the evening I thought I would go to the usual weekly service. It is true I don't like prayer meetings, and that is a bad sign, I'm afraid. But I am determined to go where good people go, and see if I can't learn to like what they like. Mother went with me, of course. What was my surprise to find that Dr. E. was to preside! I had no idea that he was that sort of a man. The hymns they sang were beautiful, and did me good. So was his prayer. If all prayers were like that, I am sure I should like evening meetings as much as I now dislike them. He so evidently spoke to God in it, and as if he were used to such speaking. He then made a little address on the ministry of disappointment, as he called it. He spoke so cheerfully and hopefully that I began to see, almost for the first time, God's reason for the petty trials and crosses that help make up every day of one's life. He said there were few who were not constantly disappointed with themselves, with their slow progress, their childishness and weakness, disappointed with their friends, who, strangely enough, were never quite perfect enough, and disappointed with the world, which was always promising so much and giving so little. Then he urged a wise and patient consent to this discipline, which, if rightly used, would help to temper and strengthen the soul against the day of sorrow and bereavement. But I am not doing him justice in this meagre report. There was something almost heavenly in his expression that words cannot describe. Coming out, I heard some one ask, "Who is that young clergyman?" and the answer, "Oh, that is only a doctor." Well! The next week I went again with mother. We had hardly taken our seats when Dr. E. marched in with the sweetest looking creature I ever saw. He was so taken up with her that he did not observe either mother or myself. As she sat by my side I could not see her full face, but her profile was nearly perfect. Her eyes were of that lovely blue one sees in violets and the skies, with long, soft eyelashes, and her complexion was as pure as a baby's. Yet she was not one of your doll beauties. Her face expressed both feeling and character. They sang together from the same book, though I offered her a share of mine. Of course, when people do that, it can mean but one thing. So it seems he has forgotten me, and consoled himself with this pretty little thing. No doubt she is like his mother, that gentlest, meekest, sweetest, and fairest among women. Now, if anybody should be sick, and he should come here, I thought, what would become of me? I certainly could not help showing that a love that can so soon take up with a new object could not have been a sentiment of much depth. It is not pleasant to lose even a portion of one's respect and esteem for another. The next day mother went to visit an old friend of hers, who has a beautiful place outside the city. The baby's nurse had ironing to do, so I promised to sit in the nursery till it was finished. Lucy came with her books to sit with me. She always follows like my shadow. After a while Mrs. Embury called. I hesitated a little about trusting a child to Lucy's care, for though her prim ways have given her the reputation of being wise beyond her years, I observed that she is apt to get into trouble which a quick-witted child would either avoid or jump out of in a twinkling. However, children are often left to much younger girls, so with many cautions I went down, resolving to stay only a few moments. But I wanted so much to know all about that pretty little friend of Dr. E.'s that I let Mrs. Embury stay on and on, though not a ray of light did I get from my pains. At last I heard Lucy's step coming downstairs. "Cousin Katy," she said, entering the room with her usual propriety. I was seated by the window, engaged with my studies, and the children all playing about as usual, when suddenly I heard a shriek, and one of them ran past me, all in a blaze, and I believe I pushed her out of my way as I rushed upstairs, for I took it for granted that I should meet the little figure all in a blaze coming to meet me. But I found it wrapped in a blanket, the flames extinguished. Meanwhile Mrs. Embury had roused the whole house, and everybody came running upstairs. "Get the doctor, some of you," I cried, clasping the poor little writhing form in my arms. Then I looked to see which of them it was, and found it was Auntie's pet lamb, everybody's pet lamb, our little, loving, gentle Emma. Dr. Elliott must have come on wings, for I had no time to be impatient for his arrival. He was as tender as a woman with Emma. We cut off and tore off her clothes wherever the fire had touched her, and he dressed the burns with his own hands. He did not speak a word to me, or I to him. This time he did not find it necessary to advise me to control myself. I was as cold and hard as a stone. But when poor little Emma's piercing shrieks began to subside, and she came a little under the influence of some soothing drops he had given her at the outset, I began to feel that sensation in the back of my neck that leads to conquest over the most stubborn and heroic. I had just time to get Emma into the doctor's arms, and then down I went. I got over it in a minute, and was up again before any one had time to come to the rescue. But Dr. E. gave Emma to Mrs. Embury, who had taken off her things and been crying all the time, and said in a low voice, "I beg you will now leave the room and lie down, and do not feel obliged to see me when I visit the child. That annoyance, at least, you should spare yourself." "No consideration shall make me neglect little Emma," I replied, defiantly. By this time Mrs. Embury had rocked her to sleep, and she lay pale, with an air of complete exhaustion, in her arms. "You must lie down now, Miss Mortimer," Dr. Elliott said, as he rose to go. "I will return in a few hours to see how you both do." He stood looking at Emma, but did not go. Then Mrs. Embury asked the question I dared not ask. "Is the poor child in danger?" "I cannot say. I trust not. Miss Mortimer's presence of mind in extinguishing the flames at once has, I hope, saved its life." "It was not my presence of mind, it was Lucy's," I cried, eagerly. Oh, how I envied her for being the heroine, and for the surprised, delighted smile with which he went and took her hand, saying, "I congratulate you, Lucy. How your mother will rejoice at this!" I tried to think of nothing but poor little Emma, and of the reward Aunty had had for her kindness to Lucy. But I thought of myself, and how likely it was that under the same circumstances I should have been beside myself and done nothing. This and many other emotions made me burst out crying. "Yes, cry, cry with all your heart," said Mrs. Embury, laying Emma gently down and coming to get me into her arms. "It will do you good, poor child." She cried with me, till at last I could lie down and try to sleep. Well, the days and the weeks were very long after that. Dear mother had a hard time, what with her anxiety about Emma, and my crossness and unreasonableness. Dr. Elliott came and went, came and went. At last he said all danger was over, and that our patient little darling would get well. But his visits did not diminish. He came twice, and even 3 times every day. Sometimes I hoped he would tell us about his new flame, and sometimes I felt that I could not hear her mentioned. One day mother was so unwell that I had to help him dress Emma's burns, and I could not help saying, "Even a mother's gentlest touch, full of love as it is almost rough compared to that of one trained to such careful handling as you are." He looked gratified, but said, "I am glad you begin to find that even stones feel sometimes." Another time something was said about the fickleness of women. Mrs. Embury began it. I fired up, of course. He seemed astonished at my attack. "I said nothing," he declared. "No, but you looked a good many things. Now the fact is women are not fickle. When they lose what they value most, they find it impossible to replace it. But men console themselves with the first good thing that comes along." I dare say I spoke bitterly, for I was thinking how soon somebody replaced me in his shallow heart, and how with equal speed Dr. Elliott had helped himself to a new love. "I do not like these sweeping assertions," said Dr. Elliott, looking a good deal annoyed. "I have to say what I think," I persisted. "It is well to think rightly, then," he said gravely. "By and by, have you heard from Helen?" Mrs. Embury most irrelevantly asked. "Yes, I heard yesterday." "I suppose you will be writing her, then. Will you enclose a little note from me, or rather let me have the least corner of your sheet?" I was shocked at her want of delicacy. Of course this Helen must be the new love, and how could a woman with 2 grains of sense imagine he would want to spare her a part of his sheet? I felt tired and irritated. As soon as Dr. Elliott had gone, I began to give her a good setting down. "I could hardly believe my ears," I said, "when I heard you ask leave to write on Dr. Elliott's sheet." "No wonder," she said, laughing. "I suppose you never knew what it was to have to count every shilling, and deny yourself the pleasure of writing to a friend because of what it would cost. I'm sure I never did till I was married." "But to ask him to let you help write his love letters?" I objected. "Ah, is that the way the wind blows?" she cried, nodding her pretty little head. "Well, then, let me relieve your mind, my dear, by informing you that this love letter is to his sister, my dearest friend, and the sweetest little thing you ever saw." "Oh!" I said, and immediately felt quite rested and quite like myself. Like myself? And who is she, pray? 2 souls dwell in my poor little body, and which of them is me, and which of them isn't, it would be hard to tell. This is the way they behave. Scene first. Katy to the other creature, whom I will call Kate. "Your mother looks tired, and you have been very cross. Run and put your arms around her, and tell her how you love her." Kate. "Oh, I can't. It would look queer. I don't like palaver. Besides, who would not be cross who felt as I do?" Scene second. Katy. "Little Emma has nothing to do, and ought to be amused. Tell her a story, do." Kate. "I am tired, and need to be amused myself." Katy. "But the dear little thing is so patient, and has suffered so much." Kate. "Well, I have suffered, too. If she had not climbed up on the fender she would not have got burned." Scene third. Katy, you are very irritable to day. You'd better go upstairs to your room and pray for patience. Kate, one can't always be praying. I don't feel like it. Scene fourth. Katy, you treat Dr. Elliott shamefully. I should think he would really avoid you as you avoid him. Kate, don't let me hear his name. I don't avoid him. Katy, you do not deserve his good opinion. Kate, yes, I do. Scene fifth. Just awake in the morning. Katy, oh dear, how hateful I am! I am cross and selfish and domineering and vain. I think of myself the whole time. I behave like a heroine when Dr. Elliott is present, and like a naughty, spoiled child when he is not. Poor mother! How can she endure me? As to my piety, it is worse than none. Kate, a few hours later. Well, nobody can deny that I have a real gift in managing children, and I am very lovable, or mother would not be so fond of me. I am always pleasant, unless I am sick or worried, and my temper is not half so hasty as it used to be. I never think of myself, but am all the time doing something for others. As to Dr. E., I am thankful to say that I have never stooped to attract him by putting on airs and graces. He sees me just as I am, and I am very devout. I love to read good books, and to be with good people. I pray a great deal. The bare thought of doing wrong makes me shudder. Mother is proud of me, and I don't wonder. Very few girls would have behaved as I did when Emma was burned. Perhaps I am not as sweet as some people. I am glad of it. I hate sweet people. I have great strength of character, which is much better, and am certainly very high toned. But, my poor journal, you can't stand any more such stuff, can you? But tell me one thing. Am I Katy, or am I Kate? End of Chapter 9. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 10 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 10. April 20th. Yesterday I felt better than I have done since the accident. I ran about the house quite cheerily for me. I wanted to see mother for something, and flew singing into the parlor where I had left her shortly before. But she was not there, and Dr. Elliott was. I started back, and was about to leave the room, but he detained me. "Come in, I beg of you," he said, his voice growing hoarser and hoarser. "Let us put a stop to this." "To what?" I asked, going nearer and nearer, and looking up into his face, which was quite pale. "Your evident terror of being alone with me, of hearing me speak. Let me assure you, once for all, that nothing would tempt me to annoy you by urging myself upon you, as you seem to fear I may be tempted to do. I cannot force you to love me, nor would I if I could. If you ever want a friend, you will find one in me. But do not think of me as your lover, or treat me as if I were always lying in wait for a chance to remind you of it. That I shall never do, never." "Oh, no, of course not," I broke forth, my face all in a glow, and tears of mortification raining down my cheeks. "I knew you did not care for me. I knew you had got over it. I don't know which of us began it. I don't think he did, and I am sure I did not. But the next moment I was folded up in his great long arms, and a new life had begun." Mother opened the door not long after, and seeing what was going on, trotted away on her dear feet as fast as she could. April 21. I am too happy to write journals. To think how we love each other. Mother behaves beautifully. April 25. One does not feel like saying much about it when one is as happy as I am. I walk the street as one treading on air. I fly about the house as on wings. I kiss everybody I see. Now that I look at Ernest, for he makes me call him so, with unprejudiced eyes, I wonder I ever thought him clumsy. How ridiculous it was in me to confound his dignity and manliness with age! It is very odd, however, that such a cautious, well balanced man should have fallen in love with me that day at Sunday school. And still stranger, that with my headlong, impulsive nature I deliberately walked into love with him. I believe we never shall get through what we have to say to each other. I am afraid we are rather selfish to leave mother to herself every evening. September 5. This has been a delightful summer. To be sure, we had to take the children to the country for a couple of months, but Ernest's letters are almost better than Ernest himself. I have written to him enough to fill a dozen books. We are going back to the city now. In his last letter Ernest says he has been home, and that his mother is delighted to hear of his engagement. He says, too, that he went to see an old lady, one of the friends of his boyhood, to tell the news to her. "When I told her," he goes on, "that I found the most beautiful, the noblest, the most loving of human beings, she only said, 'Of course, of course.' Now you know, dear, that that is not at all 'of course,' but the very strangest, most wonderful event in the history of the world." And then he described a scene he had just witnessed at the death bed of a young girl of my own age, who left this world in every possible earthly joy, with delight at going to be with Christ, that made him really eloquent. Oh, how glad I am that God has cast in my lot with a man whose whole business is to minister to others. I am sure this will, of itself, keep him unworldly and unselfish. How delicious it is to love such a character, and how happy I shall be to go with him to sick rooms and to dying beds. He has already taught me that lessons learned in such scenes far outweigh in value what books and sermons even can teach. And now, my dear old journal, let me tell you a secret that has to do with life and not with death. I am going to be married! To think that I am always to be with Ernest, to sit at the table with him every day, to pray with him, to go to church with him, to have him all mine! I am sure that there is not another man on earth whom I could love as I love him. The thought of marrying of having that silly school girl engagement end in marriage was always repugnant to me. But I give myself to Ernest joyfully and with all my heart. How good God has been to me! I do hope and pray that this absorbing love has not detached my soul from him, will not detach it. If I knew it would, should I have the courage to cut it off and cast it from me? January 16, 1837. Yesterday was my birthday, and to day is my wedding day. We meant to celebrate the one with the other, but Sunday would come this year on the 15th. I am dressed, and have turned everybody out of this room, where I have suffered so much mortification and experienced so much joy, that before I give myself to Ernest, and before I leave home forever, I may once more give myself away to God. I have been too much absorbed in my earthly love, and am shocked to find how it fills my thoughts. But I will belong to God. I will begin my married life in His sphere, depending on Him to make me an unselfish, devoted wife. January 25. We had a delightful trip after the wedding was over. Ernest proposed to take me to his own home, that I might see his mother and sister. He has never said that he wanted them to see me, but his mother is not well. I am heartily glad of it. I was glad to escape going there to be examined and criticized. Every one of them would pick at me, I am sure, and I don't like to be picked at. We have a home of our own, and I am trying to take kindly to housekeeping. Ernest is away a great deal more than I expected he would be. I am fearfully lonely. Aunty comes to see me as often as she can, and I go there almost every day, but that doesn't amount to much. As soon as I can venture to do it, I shall ask Ernest to let me invite mother to come and live with us. It is not right for her to be left alone so. I hoped he would do that himself, but men are not like women. We think of everything. February 15. Our honeymoon ends to day. There hasn't been quite as much honey in it as I expected. I supposed that Ernest would be at home every evening, at least, and that he would read aloud and have me play and sing, and that we should have delightful times together. But now he has got me he seems satisfied, and goes about his business as if he had been married 100 years. In the morning he goes off to see his list of patients. He is going in and out all day. After dinner we sit down and have a nice talk together. The door bell invariably rings, and he is called away. Then in the evening he goes and sits in his office and studies. I don't mean every minute, but he certainly spends hours there. To day he brought me such a precious letter from dear mother. I could not help crying when I read it, it was so kind and loving. Ernest looked amazed. He threw down his paper and came and took me in his arms and asked, "What is the matter, darling?" Then it all came out. I said I was lonely, and hadn't been used to spending all my evenings all by myself. "You must get some of your friends to come and see you, poor child," he said. "I don't want friends," I sobbed out. "I want you." "Yes, darling. Why didn't you tell me so sooner? Of course I will stay with you if you wish it." "If that is your only reason, I am sure I don't want you," I pouted. He looked puzzled. "I really don't know what to do," he said, with a most comical look of perplexity. But he went to his office and brought up a pile of fusty old books. "Now, dear," he said, "we understand each other, I think. I can read here just as well as downstairs. Get your book, and we shall be as cozy as possible." My heart felt sore and dissatisfied. Am I unreasonable and childish? What is married life? An occasional meeting, a kiss here and a caress there? Or is it the sacred union of the twain who walk together side by side, knowing each other's joys and sorrows, and going heavenward, hand in hand? February 17. Mrs. Embury has been here to day. I longed to compare notes with her, and find out whether it really is my fault that I am not quite happy. But I could not bear to open my heart to her on so sacred a subject. We had some general conversation, however, which did me good for the time, at least. She said she thought one of the first lessons a wife should learn is self-forgetfulness. I wondered if she had seen anything in me to call forth this remark. We meet pretty often, partly because our husbands are such good friends, partly because she is as fond of music as I am, and we like to sing and play together, and I never see her that she does not do or say something elevating, something that strengthens my own best purposes and desires. But she knows nothing of my conflict and dismay, and never will. Her gentle nature responds at once to holy influences. I feel truly grateful to her for loving me, for she really does love me, and yet she must see my faults. I should like to know if there is any reason on earth why a woman should learn self-forgetfulness that does not involve a man. February 18. Uncle says he no doubt owes his life to Ernest, who, in the face of opposition to other physicians, insisted on his giving up his business and going off to Europe at just the right moment. For his partner, whose symptoms were very like his own, has been stricken down with paralysis and will not recover. It is very pleasant to hear Ernest praised, and it is a pleasure I have very often, for his friends come to see me and speak of him with rapture. A lady told me that through the long illness of a sweet young daughter of hers, he prayed with her every day, ministering so skillfully to her soul that all fear of death was taken away, and she just longed to go, and did go at last, with perfect delight. I think he spoke of her to me once, but he did not tell me that her preparations for death were his work. I could not conceive of him doing that. February 24. Ernest has been gone a week. His mother is worse, and he had to go. I wanted to go, too, but he said it was not worth while, as he should have to return directly. Dr. Embury takes charge of his patients during his absence, and Mrs. E. and Aunty and the children come to see me very often. I like Mrs. Embury more and more. She is not so audacious as I am, but I believe she agrees with me more than she will own. February 25. Ernest writes that his mother is dangerously ill, and seems in great distress. I am mean enough to want all his love myself, while I should hate him if he gave none to her. Poor Ernest! If she should die, he would be sadly afflicted. February 27. She died the very day he wrote. How I long to fly to him and to comfort him! I can think of nothing else. I pray day and night that God would make me a better wife. A letter came from mother at the same time with Ernest's. She evidently misses me more than she will own. Just as soon as Ernest returns home, I will ask him to let her come and live with us. I am sure he will. He loves her already, and now that his mother has gone, he will find her a real comfort. I am sure she will only make our home happier. February 28. Such a dreadful thing is going to happen. I have cried and called myself names by turns all day. Ernest writes that it has been decided to give up the old homestead and scatter the family about among the married sons and daughters. Our share is to be his father and his sister Martha, and he desires me to have 2 rooms got ready for them at once. So all the glory and the beauty is snatched out of my married life in one swoop. And it is done by the hand I love best, and that I would not have believed could be so unkind. I am rent in pieces by conflicting emotions and passions. One moment I am all tenderness and sympathy for poor Ernest, and ready to sacrifice everything for his pleasure. The next I am bitterly angry with him for disposing of all my happiness in this arbitrary way. If he had let me make common cause with him, and share his interests with him, I know I am not so abominably selfish as to feel as I do now. But he forces 2 perfect strangers upon me, and forever shuts our doors against my darling mother. For of course she cannot live with us if they do. And who knows what sort of people they are? It is not everybody I can get along with, nor is it everybody that can get along with me. Now if Helen were coming instead of Martha, that would be some relief. I could love her, I am sure, and she would put up with my ways. But your Martha I am afraid of. Oh, dear, dear! What a nest of scorpions this affair has stirred up within me! Who would believe I could be thinking of my own misery, while Ernest's mother, whom he loved so dearly, is hardly in the grave? But I have no heart. I am stony and cold. It is well to have found out just what I am. Since I wrote that, I have been trying to tell God all about it. But I could not speak for crying, and I have been getting the rooms ready. How many little things I had planned to put in the best one, which I intended for mother! I have made myself arrange them just the same for Ernest's father. The stuffed chair I have had in my room and enjoyed so much has been rolled in, and the Bible with large print placed on the little table near which I had pictured mother with her sweet, pale face sitting year after year. The only thing I have taken away is a copy of father's portrait. He wouldn't want that. When I finished this business I went and shook my fist at the creature I saw in the glass. "You're beaten!" I cried. "You didn't want to give up the chair, nor your writing table, nor the Bible, in which you expect to record the names of your 10 children, but you had to do it. So there!" March 3. They all got here at 7 o'clock last night, just in time for tea. I was so glad to get hold of Ernest once more that I was gracious to my guests, too. The very first thing, however, Ernest annoyed me by calling me Katherine, though he knows I hate that name and want to be called Katy, as if I were a lovable person, as I certainly am sometimes. Of course his father and Martha called me Katherine, too. His father is even taller, darker, blacker eyed, blacker haired than he. Martha is a spinster. I had got up a nice little supper for them, thinking that they would need something substantial after their journey, and perhaps there was some vanity in the display of dainties that needed the mortification I felt at seeing my guests both push away their plates in apparent disgust. Ernest, too, looked annoyed, and expressed some regret that they could find nothing to tempt their appetites. Martha said something about not expecting much from young housekeepers, which I inwardly resented, for the light, delicious bread had been sent by Aunty, together with other luxuries from her own table, and I knew they were not the handiwork of a young housekeeper, but of old Chloe, who had lived in her own and her mother's family 20 years. Ernest went out as soon as this unlucky repast was over, to hear Dr. Embury's report of his patients, and we passed a dreary evening, as my mind was preoccupied with longing for his return. The more I tried to think of something to say, the more I couldn't. At last Martha asked at what time we breakfasted. "At 7:30 precisely," I answered. "Ernest is very punctual about breakfast. The other meals are more irregular." "That is very late," she returned. "Father rises early, and needs his breakfast at once." I said I would see that he had it as early as he liked, while I foresaw that this would cost me a battle with the divinity who reigned in the kitchen. "You need not trouble yourself. I will speak to my brother about it," she said. "Ernest has nothing to do with it," I said, quickly. She looked at me in a speechless way, and then there was a long silence, during which she shook her head a number of times. At last she inquired, "Did you make the bread we had on the table to night?" "No, I do not know how to make bread," I said, smiling at her look of horror. "Not know how to make bread!" she cried. The very spirit of mischief got into me, and made me ask, "Why, can you?" Now I know that there is but one other question I could have asked her that would have been less insulting, and that is, "Do you know the 10 Commandments?" A spinster, fresh from a farm, not know how to make bread, to be sure! But in a moment I was ashamed, and sorry I had yielded myself so far as to forget the courtesy due to her as my guest, and one just come from a scene of sorrow. So I rushed across the room, seized her hand, and said eagerly, "Do forgive me. It slipped out before I thought." She looked at me in blank amazement, unconscious that there was anything to forgive. "How you startled me!" she said. "I thought you had suddenly gone crazy." I went back to my seat, crestfallen enough. All this time Ernest's father had sat grim and grave in his corner without a word, but now he spoke. "At what hour does my son have family worship? I should like to retire. I feel very weary." Now family worship at night consists in our kneeling down together, hand in hand, the last thing before going to bed, and in our own room. The awful thought of changing this sweet, informal habit into a formal one made me reply quickly, "Oh, Ernest is very irregular about it. He is often out in the evening, and sometimes we are up quite late. I hope you never will feel obliged to wait for him." "I trust I shall do my duty whatever it costs," was the answer. Oh, how I wished they would go to bed! It was now 10 o'clock, and I felt tired and restless. When Ernest is out late I usually lie on the sofa and wait for him, so am bright and fresh when he comes in. But now I had to sit up, and there was no knowing for how long. I poked at the fire, and knocked down the shovel and tongs. Now I leaned back in my chair, and now I leaned forward, and then I listened for his step. At last he came. "What, are you not all gone to bed?" he asked. As if I could go to bed when I had scarcely seen him a moment since his return! I explained why we waited, and then we had prayer, and escorted our guests to their rooms. When we got back to the parlor I was thankful to rest my tired soul in Ernest's arms, and to hear what he had to tell about his mother's last hours. "You must love me more than ever now," he said, "for I have lost my best friend." "Yes," I said, "I will," as if that were possible. All the time we were talking I heard the greatest racket overhead, but he did not seem to notice it. I found this morning that Martha, or her father, or both together, had changed the position of every article of furniture in the room, making it look a fright. CHAPter 11. Of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 11. Things are even worse than I expected. Ernest evidently looked at me with his father's eyes, and this father has got the jaundice or something, and certainly is cooler toward me than he was before he went home. Martha still declines eating more than enough to keep body and soul together, and sits at the table with the air of a martyr. Her father lives on crackers and stewed prunes, and when he has eaten them, fixes his melancholy eyes on me, watching every mouthful with an air of plaintive regret that I will consume so much unwholesome food. Then Ernest positively spends less time with me than ever, and sits in his office reading and writing nearly every evening. Yesterday I came home from an exhilarating walk and a charming call at Auntie's, and at the dinner table gave a lively account of some of the children's exploits. Nobody laughed, and nobody made any response. And after dinner Ernest took me aside and said, kindly enough, but still said it, "My little wife must be careful how she runs on in my father's presence. He has a great dread of everything that might be thought levity." Then all the vials of my wrath exploded and went off. "Yes, I see how it is," I cried passionately. "You and your father and your sister have got a box about a foot square that you want to squeeze me into. I've seen it ever since they came, and I can tell you it will take more than the three of you to do it. There was no harm in what I said, none whatever. If you only married me for the sake of screwing me down and freezing me up, why didn't you tell me before it was too late?" Ernest stood looking at me like one staring at a problem he had got to solve and didn't know where to begin. "I am very sorry," he said. "I thought you would be glad to have me give you this little hint. Of course I want you to appear at your very best before my father and sister." "My very best is my real self," I cried. "To talk like a woman of 40 is unnatural to a girl of my age. If your father doesn't like me, I wish he would go away and not come here putting notions into your head and making you as cold and hard as a stone. Mother liked to have me 'run on,' as you call it, and I wish I had stayed with her all my life." "Do you mean," he asked, very gravely, "that you really wish that?" "No," I said, "I didn't mean it," for his husky, troubled voice brought me to my senses. "All I mean is that I love you so dearly, and you keep my heart feeling so hungry and restless. And then you went and brought your father and sister here, and never asked me if I should like it, and you crowded mother out, and she lives all alone, and it isn't right. I always said that whoever married me had got to marry mother, and I never dreamed you would disappoint me so." "Will you stop crying and listen to me?" he said. But I could not stop. The floods of the great deep were broken up at last, and I had to cry. If I could have told my troubles to some one, I could thus have found vent for them, but there was no one to whom I had a right to speak of my husband. Ernest walked up and down in silence. Oh, if I could have cried on his breast and felt that he loved me and pitied me! At last I grew quieter, and he came and sat by me. "This has come upon me like a thunderclap," he said. "I did not know I kept your heart hungry. I did not know you wished your mother to live with us. And I took it for granted that my wife, with her high toned, heroic character, would sustain me in every duty, and welcome my father and sister to our home. I do not know what I can do now. Shall I send them away?" "No, no," I cried. "Only be good to me, Ernest. Only love me. Only look at me with your own eyes, not with other people's. You knew I had faults when you married me. I never tried to conceal them." "And did you fancy I had none myself?" he asked. "No," I replied. "I saw no faults in you. Everybody said you were such a good and noble man, and you spoke so beautifully one night at an evening meeting." "Speaking beautifully is little to the purpose unless one lives beautifully," he said sadly. "And how is it possible that you and I, a Christian man and a Christian woman, are going on and on with such scenes as this? Are you to wear your life out because I have not your frantic way of loving? And am I to be made weary of mine because I cannot satisfy you?" "But, Ernest," I said, "you used to satisfy me. Oh, how happy I was in those first days when we were always together, and you seemed so fond of me." I was down on the floor by this time, and looking up into his pale, anxious face. "Dear child," he said, "I do love you, and that more than you know. But you would not have me leave my work and spend my whole time telling you so." "You know I am not so silly," I cried. "It is not fair, it is not right to talk as if I were. I ask for nothing unreasonable. I only want those little daily assurances of your affection that I should suppose would be spontaneous if you felt at all toward me as I do toward you." "The fact is," he returned, "I am absorbed in my work. It brings many grave cares and anxieties. I spend most of my time amid scenes of suffering and at dying beds. This makes me seem abstracted and cold, but it does not make you less dear. On the contrary, the sense it gives me of the brevity and sorrowfulness of life makes you doubly precious, since it constantly reminds me that sick beds and dying beds must sooner or later come to our home as to those of others." I clung to him as he uttered these terrible words, in an agony of terror. "Oh, Ernest, promise me that you will not die first," I pleaded. "Foolish little thing," he said, and was as silly for a while as the silliest heart could ask. Then he became serious again. "Katy," he said, "if you can once make up your mind to the fact that I am an undemonstrative man, not all fire and fury and ecstasy as you are, yet loving you with all my heart, however it may seem, I think you will spare yourself much needless pain, and spare me also." "But I want you to be demonstrative," I persisted. "Then you must teach me. And about my father and sister, perhaps we may find some way of relieving you by and by. Meanwhile, try to bear with the trouble they make for my sake." "But I don't mind the trouble. Oh, Ernest, how you do misunderstand me! What I mind is their coming between you and me, and making you love me less." By this time there was a call for Ernest. It is a wonder that there had not been 40. And he went. I feel as heart sore as ever. What has been gained by this tempest? Nothing at all. Poor Ernest! How can I worry him so when he is already so full of care? March 20. I have had such a truly beautiful letter to day from dear mother. She gives up the hope of coming to spend her last years with us with a sweet patience that makes me cry whenever I think of it. What is the secret of this instant and cheerful consent to whatever God wills? Oh, that I had it too! She begs me to be considerate and kind to Ernest's father and sister, and constantly remind myself that my Heavenly Father has chosen to give me this care and trial on the very threshold of my married life. I am afraid I have quite lost sight of that in my indignation with Ernest for bringing them here. April 3. Martha is closeted with Ernest in his office day and night. They never give me the least hint of what is going on in these secret meetings. Then this morning Sarah, my good, faithful cook, bounced into my room to give warning. She said she could not live where there were two mistresses giving contrary directions. "But really there is but one mistress," I urged. Then it came out that Martha went down every morning to look after the soap fat and to scrimp in the housekeeping and see that there was no food wasted. I remembered then that she had inquired whether I attended to these details, evidently ranking such duties with saying one's prayers and reading one's Bible. I flew to Ernest the moment he was at leisure, and poured my grievances into his ear. "Well, dear," he said, "suppose you give up the housekeeping to Martha. She will be far happier, and you will be freed from much annoying petty care." I bit my tongue lest it should say something, and went back to Sarah. "Suppose Miss Elliott takes charge of the housekeeping, and I have nothing to do with it. Will you stay?" "Indeed and I won't, then. I can't bear her, and I won't put up with her nasty, scrimping, pinching ways." "Very well, then you will have to go," I said, with great dignity, though just ready to cry. Ernest, on being applied to for wages, undertook to argue the question himself. "My sister will take the whole charge," he began. "And may and welcome for all me," quoth Sarah. "I don't like her, and never shall." "Your liking or disliking her is of no consequence whatever," said Ernest. "You may dislike her as much as you please, but you must not leave us." "Indeed, and I'm not going to stay and be put upon by her," persisted Sarah. So she has gone. We had to get dinner ourselves, that is to say, Martha did, for she said I got in her way and put her out with my awkwardness. I have been running hither and thither to find some angel who will consent to live in this ill assorted household. Oh, how different everything is from what I had planned! I wanted a cheerful home, where I should be the center of every joy, a home like Auntie's, without a cloud. But Ernest's father sits, the personification of silent gloom, like a nightmare on my spirits. Martha holds me in disfavor and contempt. Ernest is absorbed in his profession, and I hardly see him. If he wants advice, he asks it of Martha, while I sit humbled, degraded, and ashamed, wondering why he ever married me at all. And then come interludes of wild joy, when he appears just as he did in the happy days of our bridal trip, and I forget every grievance, and hang on his words, and look like one intoxicated with bliss. October 2. There has been another explosion. I held in as long as I could, then flew into 10,000 pieces. Ernest had got into the habit of helping his father and sister at the table, and apparently forgetting me. It seems a little thing, but it chafed and fretted my already irritated soul, till at last I was almost beside myself. Yesterday they all three sat eating their breakfast, and I, with empty plate, sat boiling over and looking on, when Ernest brought things to a crisis by saying to Martha, "If you can find time to day, I wish you would go with me for half an hour or so. I want to consult you about—" "Oh!" I said, rising with my face all in a flame. "Do not trouble yourself to go out in order to escape me. I can leave the room, and you can have your secrets to yourselves as you do your breakfast." I don't know which struck me most, Ernest's appalled, grieved look, or the glance exchanged between Martha and her father. He did not hinder my leaving the room, and I went upstairs as pitiable an object as could be seen. I heard him go to his office, then take his hat and set forth on his rounds. What wretched hours I passed, thus left alone! One moment I reproached myself, the next I was indignant at the long series of offences that had led to this disgraceful scene. At last Ernest came. He looked concerned and a little pale. "Oh, Ernest," I cried, running to him, "I am so sorry I spoke to you as I did. But indeed I cannot stand the way things are going on. I am wearing all out. Everybody speaks of my growing thin. Feel of my hands, they burn like fire." "I knew you would be sorry, dear," he said. "Yes, your hands are hot, poor child." There was a long, dreadful silence, and yet I was speaking, and perhaps he was. I was begging and beseeching God not to let us drift apart, not to let us lose one jot or tittle of our love for each other, to enable me to understand my dear, dear husband, and make him understand me. Then Ernest began. "What was it vexed you, dear? What is it you can't stand? Tell me. I am your husband. I love you. I want to make you happy. Why are you having so many secrets that you keep from me, and you treat me as if I were only a child, consulting Martha about everything? And of late you seem to have forgotten that I am at the table, and never help me to anything." "Secrets!" he echoed. "What
possible secrets can I have?"
"I don't know," I said, sinking wearily back on the sofa. "Indeed, Ernest, I don't want to be selfish or exacting, but I am very unhappy."
"Yes, I see it, poor child, and if I have neglected you at the table I do not wonder you are out of patience. I know how it has happened. While you were pouring out the coffee I busied myself in caring for my father and Martha, and so forgot you. I do not give this as an excuse, but as a reason. I have really no excuse, and am ashamed of myself."
"Don't say that, darling," I cried. "It is I who ought to be ashamed for making such an ado about a trifle."
"It is not a trifle," he said. "And now to the other points. I dare say I have been careless about consulting Martha, but she has always been a sort of oracle in our family, and we all look up to her. And she is so much older than you. Then, as to the secrets, Martha comes to my office to help me look over my books. I have been careless about my accounts, and she has kindly undertaken to attend to them for me. Could not I have done that? No. Why should your little head be troubled about money matters? But to go on. I see that it was thoughtless of me not telling you what we were about, but I am greatly perplexed and harassed in many ways. Perhaps you would feel better to know all about it. I have only kept it from you to spare you all the anxiety I could."
"Oh, Ernest," I said, "ought not a wife share in all her husband's cares?"
"No," he returned, "but I will tell you all that is annoying me now. My father was in business in our native town, and went on prosperously for many years. Then the tide turned. He met with loss after loss, till nothing remained but the old homestead, and on that there was a mortgage. We concealed the state of things from my mother. Her health was delicate, and we never let her know a trouble we could spare her. Now she has gone, and we have found it necessary to sell our old home, and to divide and scatter the family. My father's mental distress, when he found others suffering from his own losses, threw him into the state in which you see him now. I have, therefore, assumed his debts, and with God's help hope in time to pay them to the uttermost farthing. It will be necessary for us to live economically until this is done. There are two pressing cases that I am trying to meet at once. This has given me a preoccupied air, I have no doubt, and made you suspect and misunderstand me. But now you know the whole, my darling." I felt my injustice and childish folly very keenly, and told him so. "But I think, dear Ernest," I added, "if you will not be hurt at my saying so, that you have led me to it by not letting me share at once in your cares. If you had, at the outset, just told me the whole story, you would have enlisted my sympathies in your father's behalf and in your own. I should have seen the reasonableness of your breaking up the old home and bringing them here, and it would have taken the edge off my bitter, bitter disappointment about my mother." "I feel sorry about that," he said. "It would be a real pleasure to have her here. But as things are now, she could not be happy with us." "There is no room," I put in. "I am truly sorry. And now my dear little wife must have patience with her stupid, blundering old husband, and we'll start together once more, fair and square. Don't wait next time until you are so full that you boil over the moment I annoy you by my inconsiderate ways. Come right and tell me." So then I called myself all the horrid names I could think of. "May I ask one thing more, now we are upon the subject?" I said at last. "Why couldn't your sister Helen have come here instead of Martha?" He smiled a little. "In the first place, Helen would be perfectly crushed if she had the care of father in his present state. She is too young to have such responsibility. In the second place, my brother John, with whom she has gone to live, has a wife who would be quite crushed by my father and Martha. She is one of those little, tender, soft souls one could crush with one's fingers. Now you are not of that sort. You have force of character enough to enable you to live with them while maintaining your own dignity and remaining yourself in spite of circumstances. I thought you admired Martha above all things, and wanted me to be exactly like her." "I do admire her, but I do not want you to be like anybody but yourself." "But you nearly killed me by suggesting that I should take heed how I talked in your father's presence." "Yes, dear, it was very stupid of me, but my father has a standard of excellence in his mind by which he tests every woman. This standard is my mother. She had none of your life and fun in her, and perhaps would not have appreciated your droll way of putting things any better than he and Martha do." I could not help sighing a little when I thought what sort of people were watching my every word. "There is nothing amiss, in my mind," Ernest continued, "in your gay talk, but my father has his own views as to what constitute a religious character, and cannot understand that real earnestness and real, genuine mirthfulness are consistent with each other." He had to go now, and we parted as if for a week's separation. This one talk had brought us so near to each other. I understand him now as I never have done, and feel that he has given me as real a proof of his affection by unlocking the door of his heart and letting me see its cares, as I give him with my wild pranks and caresses and foolish speeches. How truly noble it is in him to take up his Father's burden in this way! I must contrive to help lighten it. Chapter 11. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 12 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 12. November 6th. Aunty has put me in a way of doing that. I could not tell her the whole story, of course, but I made her understand that Ernest needed money for a generous purpose, and that I wanted to help him in it. She said the children needed both music and drawing lessons, and that she should be delighted if I would take them in hand. Aunty does not care a fig for accomplishments, but I think I am right in accepting her offer, as the children ought to learn to sing and to play and to draw. Of course I cannot have them here, as Ernest's father could not bear the noise they would make. Besides, I want to take Ernest by surprise, and keep the whole thing a secret. November 14th. I have seen by the way Martha draws down the corner of her mouth of late that I am unusually out of favor with her. This evening Ernest, coming home quite late, found me lolling back in my chair, idling after a hard day's work with my little cousins, and Martha sewing nervously away at the rate of 10 knots an hour, which is the first pun I ever made. "Why will you sit up and sew at such a rate, Martha?" he asked. She twitched at her thread, broke it, and began with a new one before she replied. "I suppose you find it convenient to have a whole shirt to your back." I saw then that she was making his shirts. It made me both hot and cold at once. What must Ernest think of me? It is plain enough what he thinks of her, for he said quite warmly for him, "This is really too kind." What right has she to prowl around Ernest's things and pry into the state of his wardrobe? If I had not had my time so broken up giving lessons, I should have found out he needed new shirts and set to work on them, though I must own I hate shirt making. I could not help showing that I felt aggrieved. Martha defended herself by saying that she knew young people would be young people, and would gad about, shirts or no shirts. Now it is not her fault that she thinks I waste my time gadding about, but I am just as angry with her as if it were. Oh, why couldn't I have had Helen to be a pleasant companion, and a friend to me, instead of this old well, I won't say what. And really, with so much to make me happy, what would become of me if I had no trials? November 15. To day Martha has a house cleaning mania, and has dragged me into it by representing the sin and misery of those deluded mortals who think servants know how to sweep and to scrub. In spite of my resolution not to get under her thumb, I have somehow let her rule and reign over me to such an extent that I can hardly sit up long enough to write this. Does the whole duty of a woman consist in keeping her house distressingly clean and prim, in making and baking and preserving and pickling, in climbing to the top shelves of closets lest haply a little dust should lodge there, and getting down on her hands and knees to inspect the carpet? The truth is, there is not one point of sympathy between Martha and myself, not one. One would think that our love of Ernest would furnish it, but her love aims at the abasement of her character, and mine at its elevation. She thinks I should bow down to and worship him, jump up and offer him my chair when he comes in, feed him with every unwholesome dainty he fancies, and feel myself honored by his acceptance of these services. I think it is for him to rise and offer me a seat because I am a woman and his wife, and that a silly subservience on my part is degrading to him and to myself, and I am afraid I make known these sentiments to her in a most unpalatable way. November 18. Oh, I am so happy that I sing for joy. Dear Ernest has given me such a delightful surprise. He says he has persuaded James to come and spend his college days here and finally study medicine with him. Dear, darling old James! He is to be here to morrow. He is to have the little hall bedroom fitted up for him, and he will be here several years. Next to having mother, this is the nicest thing that could happen. We love each other so dearly, and get along so beautifully together. I wonder how he'll like Martha, with her grim ways, and Ernest's father, with his melancholy ones. November 30. James has come, and the house already seems lighter and cheerier. He is not in the least annoyed by Martha or her father, and though he is as jovial as the day is long, they actually seem to like him. True to her theory on the subject, Martha invariably rises at his entrance and offers him her seat. He pretends not to see it, and runs to get one for her. Then she takes comfort in seeing him consume her good things, since his gobbling them down is a sort of tacit tribute to their merits. Mrs. Embury was here to day. She says there is not much the matter with Ernest's father, that he has only got the hypo. I don't know exactly what this is, but I believe it is thinking something is the matter with you when there isn't. At any rate, I put it to you, my dear old journal, whether it is pleasant to live with people who behave in this way. In the first place, all he talks about is his fancied disease. He gets book after book from the office, and studies and ponders his case till he grows quite yellow. One day he says he has found out the seat of his disease to be the liver, and changes his diet to meet the view of the case. Martha has to do him up in mustard, and he takes kindly to blue pills. In a day or two he finds his liver is all right, but that his brain is all wrong. The mustard goes now to the back of his neck, and he takes solemn leave of all of us with the assurance that his last hour has come. Finding that he survives the night, however, he transfers the seat of his disease to the heart, spends hours in counting his pulse, refuses to take exercise lest he should bring on palpitations, and warns us all to prepare to follow him. Everybody who comes in has to hear the whole story. Every one prescribes something, and he tries each remedy in turn. These all failing to reach his case, he is plunged into tenfold gloom. He complains that God has cast him off forever, and that his sins are like the sands of the sea for number. I am such a goose that I listen to all these varying moods and symptoms with the solemn conviction that he is going to die immediately. I bathe his head, and count his pulse, and fan him, and take down his dying depositions for Ernest's solace after he is gone. And I talk theology to him by the hour, while Martha bakes and brews in the kitchen, or makes mince pies, which, after eating, one might give him the whole Bible at one dose without the smallest effect. To day I stood by his chair, holding his head and whispering such consoling passages as I thought might comfort him, when James burst in, singing and tossing his cap in the air. "Come here, young man, and hear my last testimony. I am about to die. The end draws near," were the sepulchral words that made James bring his song to an abrupt close. "I shall take it very ill of you, sir," quoth James, "if you go and die before giving me that cane you promised me." Who could die decently under such circumstances? The poor old man revived immediately, but looked a good deal injured. After James had gone out, he said, "It is very painful to one who stands on the very verge of the eternal world to see the young so thoughtless." "But James is not thoughtless," I said. "It is only his merry way." "Daughter Katherine," he went on, "you are very kind to the old man, and you will have your reward. But I wish I could feel surer of your state before God. I greatly fear you deceive yourself, and that the ground of your hope is delusive." I felt the blood rush to my face. At first I was staggered a good deal. But is a mortal man who cannot judge of his own state to decide mine? It is true he sees my faults; anybody can who looks. But he does not see my prayers, or my tears of shame and sorrow. He does not know how many hasty words I repress, how earnestly I am aiming all the day long to do right in all the little details of life. He does not know that it costs my fastidious nature an appeal to God every time I kiss his poor old face, and that what would be an act of worship in him is an act of self denial in me. How should he? The Christian life is a hidden life, known only by the eye that seeth in secret, and I do believe this life is mine. Up to this time I have contrived to get along without calling Ernest's father by any name. I mean now to make myself turn over a new leaf. December 7. James is my perpetual joy and pride. We read and sing together just as we used to do in our old school days. Martha sits by with her work, grimly approving, for is he not a man? And, as if my cup of felicity were not full enough, I am to have my dear old pastor come here to settle over this church, and I shall once more hear his beloved voice in the pulpit. Ernest has managed the whole thing. He says the state of Dr. C.'s health makes the change quite necessary, and that he can avail himself of the best surgical advice this city affords, in case his old difficulties recur. I rejoice for myself and for this church, but mother will miss him sadly. I am leading a very busy, happy life, only I am, perhaps, working a little too hard. What with my scholars, the extra amount of housework Martha contrives to get out of me, the practicing I must keep up if I am to teach, and the many steps I have to take, I have not only no idle moments, but none too many for recreation. Ernest is so busy himself that he fortunately does not see what a race I am running. January 16, 1838. The first anniversary of our wedding day, and like all days has had its lights and its shades. I thought I would celebrate it in such a way as to give pleasure to everybody, and spent a good deal of time in getting up a little gift for each from Ernest and myself, and I took special pains to have a good dinner, particularly for father. Yes, I had made up my mind to call him by that sacred name for this first time to day, cost what it may. But he shut himself up in his room directly after breakfast, and when dinner was ready refused to come down. This cast a gloom over us all. Then Martha was nearly distracted because a valuable dish has been broken in the kitchen, and she could not recover her equanimity at all. Worst of all, Ernest, who is not in the least sentimental, never said a word about our wedding day, and didn't give me a thing. I have kept hoping all day that he would make me some little present, no matter how small, but now it is too late. He has gone out to be gone all night, probably, and thus ends the day, an utter failure. I feel a good deal disappointed. Besides, when I look back over this, my first year of married life, I do not feel satisfied with myself at all. I can't help feeling that I have been selfish and unreasonable toward Ernest in a great many ways, and as contrary towards Martha as if I enjoyed a state of warfare between us. And I have felt a good deal of secret contempt for her father, with his moods and tenses, his pill boxes and his plasters, his feastings and his fastings. I do not understand how a Christian can make such a slow progress as I do, and how old faults can hang on so. If I had made any real progress, should I not be sensible of it? I have been reading over the early part of this journal, and when I came to the conversation I had with Mrs. Cabot, in which I made a list of my wants, I was astonished that I could ever have had such contemptible ones. Let me think what I really and truly most want now. First of all, then, if God should speak to me at this moment, and offer to give just one thing, and that alone, I should say without hesitation, love to Thee, O my Master. Next to that, if I could have one thing more, I would choose to be a thoroughly unselfish, devoted wife. Down in my secret heart I know there lurks another wish, which I am ashamed of. It is that in some way or other, some right way, I could be delivered from Martha and her father. I shall never be any better while they are here to tempt me. February 1. Ernest spoke to day of one of his patients, a Mrs. Campbell, who is a great sufferer, but whom he describes as the happiest, most cheerful person he ever met. He rarely speaks of his patients. Indeed, he rarely speaks of anything. I feel strangely attracted by what he said of her, and asked so many questions that at last he proposed to take me to see her. I caught at the idea very eagerly, and have just come home from the visit greatly moved and touched. She is confined to her bed, and is quite helpless, and at times her sufferings are terrible. She received me with a sweet smile, however, and led me on to talk more of myself than I ought to have done. I wish Ernest had not left me alone with her, so I should have had the restraint of his presence. February 14. I am so fascinated with Mrs. Campbell that I cannot help going to see her again and again. She seems to me like one whose conflict and dismay are all over, and who looks on other human beings with almost divine love and pity. To look at life as she does, to feel as she does, to have such a personal love for Christ as she has, I would willingly go through every trial and sorrow. When I told her so, she smiled a little sadly. "Much as you envy me," she said, "my faith is not yet so strong that I do not shudder at the thought of a young, enthusiastic girl like you going through all I have done in order to learn a few simple lessons which God was willing to teach me sooner and without the use of a rod, if I had been ready for them." "But you are so happy now," I said. "Yes, I am happy," she replied, "and such happiness is worth all it costs. If my flesh shudders at the remembrance of what I have endured, my faith sustains God through the whole. But tell me a little more about yourself, my dear. I should so love to give you a helping hand if I might." "You know," I began, "dear Mrs. Campbell, that there are some trials that cannot do us any good. They only call out all there is in us that is unlovely and severe." "I don't know of any such trials," she replied. "Suppose you had to live with people who were perfectly uncongenial, who misunderstood you, and who were always getting into your way as stumbling blocks." "If I were living with them, and they made me unhappy, I would ask God to relieve me of this trial if He thought it best. If He did not think it best, I would then try to find out the reason. He might have two reasons. One would be the good they might do me; the other, the good I might do them. But in the case I was supposing, neither party can be of the least use to the other. You forget, perhaps, the indirect good one may gain by living with uncongenial, tempting persons. First, such people do good by the very self-denial and self-control their mere presence demands. Then, their making one's home less homelike and perfect than it would be in their absence may help render our real home in heaven more attractive. But suppose one cannot exercise self-control, and is always flying out and flaring up, I objected. I should say that a Christian who was always doing that, she replied gravely, was in pressing need of just the trial God sent when He shut that person up to such a life of hourly temptation. We only know ourselves and what we really are when the force of circumstances brings us out. It is very mortifying and painful to find out how weak one is. That is true, but our mortifications are some of God's best physicians, and do much toward healing our pride and self-conceit. Do you really think, then, that God deliberately appoints to some of His children a lot where their worst passions are excited with a desire to bring good out of this seemingly evil? Why, I have always supposed the best thing that could happen to me, for instance, would be to have a home exactly to my mind, a home where all were forbearing, loving, and good-tempered, a sort of little heaven below. If you have not such a home, my dear, are you sure it is not partly your own fault? Of course it is my own fault, because I am very quick-tempered. I want to live with good-tempered people." "That is very benevolent in you," she said, archly. I colored, but went on. "Oh, I know I am selfish, and therefore I want to live with those who are not so. I want to live with persons to whom I can look for an example, and who will constantly stimulate me to something higher. But if God chooses quite another lot for you, you may be sure that He sees that you need something totally different from what you want. You said just now that you would gladly go through any trial in order to attain a personal love for Christ that should become the ruling principle of your life. Now, as soon as God sees this desire in you, is He not kind? Is He not wise in appointing such trials as He knows will lead to this end?" I meditated long before I answered. Was God really asking me not merely to let Martha and her father live with me on sufferance, but to rejoice that He had seen fit to let them harass and embitter my domestic life? "I thank you for your suggestion," I said at last. "I want to say one thing more," Mrs. Campbell resumed, after another pause. "We look at our fellow men too much from the standpoint of our own prejudices. They may be wrong. They may have their faults and foibles. They may call out all the meanest and most hateful in us. But they are not all wrong. They have their virtues, and when they excite our bad passions by their own, they may be just as ashamed and sorry as we are irritated. And I think some of the best, most contrite, most useful of men and women, whose prayers prevail with God and bring down blessings into the homes in which they dwell, often possess unlovely traits that furnish them with their best discipline. The very fact that they are ashamed of themselves drives them to God. They feel safe in His presence, and while they lie in the very dust of self-confusion at His feet, they are dear to Him, and have power with Him. That is a comforting word, and I thank you for it," I said. My heart was full, and I longed to stay and hear her talk on. But I had already exhausted her strength. On the way home I felt as I suppose people do when they have caught a basket full of fish. I always am delighted to catch a new idea. I thought I would get all the benefit out of Martha and her father, and as I went down to tea, after taking off my things, I felt like a holy martyr who had as good as won a crown. I found, however, that the butter was horrible. Martha had insisted that she alone was capable of selecting that article, and had ordered a quantity from her own village that I could not eat myself, and was ashamed to have on my table. I pushed back my plate in disgust. "I hope, Martha, that you have not ordered much of this odious stuff," I cried. Martha replied that it was of the very first quality, and appealed to her father and Ernest, who both agreed with her, which I thought was very unkind and unjust. I rushed into a hot debate on the subject, during which Ernest maintained an ominous silence that indicates his not being pleased, and that irritated and led me on. I would far rather he should say, "Katy, you are behaving like a child, and I wish you would stop talking." "Martha," I said, "you will persist that the butter is good because you ordered it. If you will only own that, I won't say another word." "I can't say it," she replied. "Mrs. Jones's butter is invariably good. I have never heard it found fault with before. The trouble is you are so hard to please." "No, I am not, and you can't convince me that if the buttermilk is not perfectly worked out, the butter could be fit to eat." This speech I felt to be a masterpiece. It was time to let her know how learned I was on the subject of butter, though I wasn't brought up to make it or see it made. But here Ernest put in a little oil. "I think you are both right," he said. "Mrs. Jones makes good butter, but just this once she failed. I dare say it won't happen again, and meanwhile this can be used for making seed cakes, and we can get a new supply." This was his masterpiece, a whole firkin of butter made up into seed cakes! Martha turned to encounter him on that head, and I slipped off to my room to look, with a miserable sense of disappointment, at my folly and weakness in making so much ado about nothing. I find it hard to believe that it can do me good to have people live with me who like rancid butter, and who disagree with me in everything else. CHAPTER XIII. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter XIII of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter XIII. March 1st. Aunty sent for us all to dine with her to day, to celebrate Lucy's 15th birthday. Ever since Lucy behaved so heroically in regard to little Emma, really saving her life, Ernest says, Aunty seems to feel that she cannot do enough for her. The child has taken the most unaccountable fancy to me, strangely enough, and when we got there she came to meet me with something like cordiality. "Mamma permits me to be the bearer of agreeable news," she said, "because this is my birthday. A friend of whom you are very fond has just arrived, and is impatient to embrace you." "To embrace me!" I cried. "You foolish child!" and the next moment I found myself in my mother's arms. The despised Lucy had been the means of giving this pleasure. It seems that Aunty had told her that she should choose her own birthday treat, and that, after solemn meditation, she had decided that to see dear mother again would be the most agreeable thing she could think of. I have never told you, dear journal, why I did not go home last summer, and never shall. If you choose to fancy that I couldn't afford it, you can. Well, wasn't it nice to see mother, and to read in her dear, loving face that she was satisfied with her poor, wayward Katy, and fond of her as ever. I only longed for Ernest's coming, that she might see us together, and see how he loved me. He came. I rushed out to meet him, and dragged him in, but it seemed as if he had grown stupid and awkward. All through the dinner I watched for one of those loving glances that would proclaim to mother the good understanding between us, but I watched in vain. "It will come by and by," I thought. "When we get by ourselves, mother will see how fond of me he is." But by and by it was just the same. I was preoccupied, and mother asked me if I were well. It was all very foolish, I dare say, and yet I did want to have her know that with all my faults he still loves me. Then, besides the disappointment, I have to reproach myself for misunderstanding poor Lucy as I have done. Because she was not all fire and fury like myself, I need not have assumed that she had no heart. It is just like me. I hope I shall never be so severe in my judgment again. April 30. Mother has just gone. Her visit has done me a world of good. She found out something to like in father at once, and then something good in Martha. She says father's sufferings are real, not fancied; that his error is not knowing where to locate his disease, and is starving one week and overeating the next. She charged me not to lay up future misery for myself by misjudging him now, and to treat him as a daughter ought, without the smallest regard to his appreciation of it. Then as to Martha, she declares that I have no idea how much she does to reduce our expenses, to keep the house in order, and to relieve us from care. "But, mother," I said, "did you notice what horrid butter we have? And it is all her doing." "But the butter won't last forever," she replied. "Don't make yourself miserable about such a trifle. For my part, it is a great relief to me to know that with your delicate health you have this tower of strength to lean on." "But my health is not delicate, mother." "You certainly look pale and thin." "Oh, well," I said, whereupon she fell to giving me all sorts of advice about getting up on step ladders, and climbing on chairs, and sewing too much, and all that. June 15. The weather, or something, makes me rather languid and stupid. I begin to think that Martha is not an entire nuisance in the house. I have just been to see Mrs. Campbell. In answer to my routine lamentations, she took up a book and read me what was called, as nearly as I can remember, "Four Steps that Lead to Peace. Be desirous of doing the will of another rather than thine own. Choose always to have less rather than more. Seek always the lowest place, and be inferior to every one. Wish always, and pray, that the will of God may be wholly fulfilled in thee." I was much struck with these directions, but I said despondently, "If peace can only be found at the end of such hard roads, I am sure I shall always be miserable." "Are you miserable now?" she asked. "Yes, just now I am. I do not mean I have no happiness. I mean that I am in a disheartened mood, weary of going round and round in circles, committing the same sins, uttering the same confessions, and making no advance." "My dear," she said, after a time, "have you a perfectly distinct, settled view of what Christ is to the human soul?" "I do not know. I understand, of course, more or less perfectly, that my salvation depends on Him alone. It is His gift." "But do you see with equal clearness that your sanctification must be as fully His gift as your salvation is?" "No," I said, after a little thought. "I have had a feeling that He has done His part, and now I must do mine." "My dear," she said, with much tenderness and feeling, "then the first thing you have to do is learn Christ." "But how?" "On your knees, my child, on your knees." She was tired, and I came away, and I have indeed been on my knees. July 1. I think that I do begin, dimly it is true, but really, to understand that this terrible work that I was trying to do myself is Christ's work, and must be done, and will be done by Him. I take some pleasure in the thought, and wonder why it has all this time been hidden from me, especially after what Dr. C. said in his letter. But I get hold of this idea in a misty, unsatisfactory way. If Christ is to do all, what am I to do? And have I not been told over and over again that the Christian life is one of conflict, and that I am to fight like a good soldier? August 5. Dr. Cabot has come just as I need him most. I long for one of those good talks with him that always used to strengthen me so. I feel a perfect weight of depression that makes me a burden to myself and to poor Ernest, who, after visiting sick people all day, needs to come home to a cheerful wife. But he comforts me with the assurance that this is merely physical despondency, and that I shall get over it by and by. How kind, how even tender he is! My heart is getting all it wants from him, only I am too stupid to enjoy him as I ought. Father, too, talks far less about his own bad feelings, and seems greatly concerned at mine. As to Martha, I have done trying to get sympathy or love from her. She cannot help it, I suppose, but she is very hard and dry toward me, and I feel such a longing to throw myself on her mercy, and to have one little smile to assure me that she has forgiven me for being Ernest's wife, and so different from what she would have chosen for him. Dr. Elliott to Mrs. Mortimer. October 4, 1838. My dear Katie's mother, you will rejoice with us when I tell you that we are the happy parents of a very fine little boy. My dearest wife sends "an ocean of love" to you, and says she will write herself to morrow. That I shall not be very likely to allow, as you will imagine. She is doing extremely well, and we have everything to be grateful for. Your affectionate son, J. E. Elliott. Mrs. Crofton to Mrs. Mortimer. I am sure, my dear sister, that the doctor has not written you more than 5 lines about the great event that has made such a stir in our domestic circle, so I must try to supply the details you will want to hear. I need not add that our darling Katy behaved nobly. Her self-forgetfulness and consideration for others were really beautiful throughout the whole scene. The doctor may well be proud of her, and I took care to tell him so in presence of that dreadful sister of his. I have never met so angular, so uncompromising a person as she is in all my life. She does not understand Katy, and never can, and I find it hard to realize that living with such a person can furnish a wholesome discipline, which is even more desirable than the most delightful home. And yet I not only know that this is true in the abstract, but I see that it is so in the fact. Katy is acquiring both self-control and patience, and her Christian character is developing in a way that amazes me. I cannot but hope that God will, in time, deliver her from this trial. Indeed, I feel sure that when it had done its beneficent work, He will do so. Martha Elliott is a good woman, but her goodness is without grace or beauty. She takes excellent care of Katy, keeps her looking as if she had just come out of a bandbox, as the saying is, and always has her room in perfect order. But one misses the loving word, the reassuring smile, the delicate, thoughtful little forbearance that ought to adorn every sick room, and light it up with genuine sunshine. There is one comfort about it, however, and that is I can spoil dear Katy to my heart's content. As to the baby, he is a fine little fellow, and his mother is so happy in him that she can afford to do without some other pleasures. I shall write again in a few days. Meanwhile, you may rest assured I love your Katy almost as well as you do, and shall be with her most of the time till she is quite herself again. James to his mother. Of course there never was such a baby before on the face of the earth. Katy is so nearly wild with joy that you can't get her to eat or sleep or do any of the proper things that her charming sister-in-law thinks becoming under the circumstances. You never saw anything so pretty in your life as she is now. I hope the doctor is as much in love with her as I am. He's the best fellow in the world, and Katy is just the wife for him. November 4. My darling baby is a month old to day. I never saw such a splendid child. I love him so that I lie awake at nights to watch him. Martha says, in her dry way, that I had better show my love by sleeping and eating for him, and Ernest says I shall as soon as I get stronger. But I don't get strong, and that discourages me. November 26. I begin to feel rather more like myself, and as if I could write with less labor. I have had, in these few past weeks, such a revelation of suffering, and such a revelation of joy, as mortal mind can hardly conceive of. The world I live in now is a new world, a world full of suffering that leads to unutterable felicity. Oh, this precious, precious baby! How can I thank God enough for giving him to me? I see now why He has put some thorns into my domestic life. But for them I should be too happy to live. It does not seem just the moment to complain, and yet, as I can speak to no one, it is a relief, a great relief, to write about my trials. During my whole sickness Martha has been so hard, so cold, so unsympathizing, that sometimes it has seemed as if my cup of trial could not hold another drop. She routed me out of bed when I was so languid that everything seemed a burden, and when sitting up made me faint away. I heard her say to herself that I had no constitution, and had no business to be married. The worst of all is that during that dreadful night before baby came, she kept asking Ernest to lie down and rest, and was sure he would kill himself, and all that, while she had not one word of pity for me. But oh, why need I let this rankle in my heart? Why can I not turn my thoughts entirely to my darling baby, my dear husband, and all the other sources of joy that make my home a happy one, in spite of this one discomfort? I hope I am learning some useful lessons from my joys and from my trials, that both will serve to make me in earnest and to keep me so. December 4. We have had a great time about poor baby's name. I expected to call him Raymond, for my own dear father, as a matter of course. It seemed a small gratification for mother in her loneliness. Dear mother! How little I have known all these years what I cost her. But it seems there has been a Jotham in the family ever since the memory of man, each eldest son handing down his father's name to the next in descent, and Ernest's real name is Jotham Ernest. Of all the extraordinary combinations! His mother would add the latter name in spite of everything. Ernest behaved very well through the whole affair, and said he had no feeling about it at all. But he was so gratified when I decided to keep up the family custom that I feel rewarded for the sacrifice. Father is in one of his gloomiest moods. As I sat caressing baby to day, he said to me, "Daughter Katherine, I trust you make it a subject of prayer to God, that you may be kept from idolatry." "No, father," I returned, "I never do. An idol is something one puts in God's place, and I don't put baby there." He shook his head, and said the heart is deceitful above all things, and desperately wicked. I have heard mother say that we might love an earthly object as much as we pleased, if only we loved God better. I might have added, but of course I didn't, that I prayed every night that I might love Ernest and the baby better and better. Poor father seemed puzzled and troubled by what I did say, and after musing a while went on thus: "The Almighty is a great and terrible being. He cannot bear a rival. He will have the whole heart or none of it. When I see a young woman so absorbed in a created thing as you are in that infant and in your other friends, I tremble for you. I tremble for you." "But, father," I persisted, "God gave me this child, and He gave me my heart just as it is." "Yes, and that heart needs renewing." "I hope it is renewed," I replied, "and I know there is a great work still to be done in it. And the more effectually it is done, the more loving I shall grow. Don't you see, father, don't you see that the more Christ like I become, the more I shall be filled with love for every living thing?" He shook his head, but pondered long, as he always does on whatever he considers audacious. As for me, I am vexed with my presumption in disputing with him, and am sure, too, that I was trying to show off what little wisdom I have picked up. Besides, my mountain does not stand so strong as it did. Perhaps I am making idols out of Ernest and the baby. January 16, 1839. This is our second wedding day. I did not expect much from it after last year's failure. Father was very gloomy at breakfast, and retired to his room directly after it. No one could get in to make his bed, and he would not come down to dinner. I wonder Ernest lets him go on so, but his rule seems to be to let every one have their own way. He certainly lets me have mine. After dinner he gave me a book I had been wanting for some time, and had asked him for, "The Imitation of Christ." Ever since that day at Mrs. Campbell's I have felt that I should like it, though I did think, in old times, that it preached too hard a doctrine. I read aloud to him the "Four Steps to Peace." He said they were admirable, then took it from me and began reading to himself here and there. I felt the precious moments when I had got him all to myself were passing away, and was becoming quite out of patience with him when the words, "Constantly seek to have less rather than more," flashed into my mind. I suppose this direction had reference to worldly goods, but I despise money and despise people who love it. The riches I crave are not silver and gold, but my husband's love and esteem. And of these must I desire to have less rather than more? I puzzled myself over this question in vain, but when I silently prayed to be satisfied with just what God chose to give me of the wealth I crave, yes, hunger and thirst for, I certainly felt a sweet content, for the time at least, that was quite resting and quieting. And just as I had reached that acquiescent mood, Ernest threw down his book and came and caught me in his arms. "I thank God," he said, "my precious wife, that I married you this day. The wisest thing I ever did was when I fell in love with you and made a fool of myself." What a speech for my silent old darling to make! Whenever he says and does a thing out of character, and takes me all by surprise, how delightful he is! Now the world is a beautiful world, and so is everybody in it. I met Martha on the stairs after Ernest had gone, and caught her and kissed her. She looked perfectly astonished. "What spirits the child has!" I heard her whisper to herself. "No sooner down than up again." And she sighed. Can it be that under that stern, hard crust there lie hidden affections and perhaps hidden sorrows? I ran back and asked as kindly as I could, "What makes you sigh, Martha? Is anything troubling you? Have I done anything to annoy you?" "You do the best you can," she said, and pushed past me to her own room. CHAPTER XIV. Recording by Teresa Downey.